Tap, tap, taparoo.
Yeah, I almost bought when I was in high school. I tried to buy one of those Chevy, like those mid-90s Chevy Caprice wagons.
Mm-hmm.
And again, like it was a couple grand and I just didn't have it because at the time I was broke. So I was buying like $1,000 car to me was like a big investment. And like now I look back and I'm like, I should have just saved my money.
Dude, my buddy had a Caprice back in the day. If it is what I'm thinking it is. Like the little 2-seater fucking tiny car. Some of them have a stop top and shit. Or like a T-top.
Yeah, the Caprice was like the sedan. You're thinking of the Cavalier. I'm assuming if it's the...
Let me look it up.
Unless it was like I think in the 80s they might have had a...
Switch characters? I don't know.
Okay, those things look like Cadillacs.
So Matt or Honda, whoever that is we're watching, if you're a chick in this, can you be a hooker?
No, I don't think so.
You can get a hooker.
Yeah, you can go hooker.
Game is unrealistic.
Yeah, like they're big land yachts essentially, but that's kind of why I wanted it was because like my plan for it was I was going to put it on air suspension and everything. And
dude, my first car was a 1984 Pontiac Parisienne, which is the Canadian-made version of the Bonneville. And that thing was a fucking boat, dude. It like literally we got caught in a fucking flood one time, and the whole car like didn't flood, but like the engine did, so it like stalled out. But then the water kept coming, and it picked the back wheels up, and it was like bobbing up and down, like the front wheels were touching, but the back wheels weren't. And then a fucking a fire truck came by because like they were on a call and there's like shit going on. So like lights and sirens on, they go like storming through the intersection that we were in. And like I thought they were coming to like save us, like this, we're stuck in a car in a flood and there's a fire truck, like obviously they're coming to save us. Like nope, they were on their way to someone else. And when they went through, like it picked up a giant wave that picked up the car and moved it like 100 yards uncontrollably. It was super fucking scary. That is a weird dance.
I just want to say I have a feeling that that's Matt's actual dance skills.
Hey Matt, if I saw you doing that, I would just come up and do it with you, and people would think we were like
same.
Or the other.
It's like the Running Man, but like not.
I don't know what the fuck she's doing. Yay!
I think if Matt and I did dance, it would be very sexual.
What she's doing?
I didn't know they had all these dances like programmed in. And that
somehow I see like us dancing with you doing exactly that, Matt, and then me doing something different in front of you.
Oh my god! Oh, what's this dance style? The shuffle.
Dwayne Christensen says can't watch.
Hello.
Can't watch live chat. Screen froze. Really?
Really? Well, that sucks.
Oh, we're live already?
Yeah, we've been live for a while.
4 minutes.
Waiting for Matt to drop the N-bomb because he doesn't know we're live.
Yeah. All right, that's enough dancing.
Let the hate flow. Yeah, dude, you're going to give everyone a fucking... what is it when you look at blinking lights?
Yeah, no shit.
Start freaking out. And,
yeah.
Yeah, you're going to give everyone seizures.
Matt walk away. I'll give him that.
The more I'm watching you play this game, the more I'm like, I should have made my character a chick. God damn it.
I know.
I wasn't thinking about it. Like,
if you're gonna stare at something, might as well be a chick. You know what I mean?
Makes sense to me.
Like first-person shooter doesn't matter.
And
you're not looking at the character the whole time.
Gender transition begins.
No, I guess other people are fucking able to watch it because Vince Ruffalo says that's a shame. You're missing some bomb dance moves.
Refresh your screen, Dwayne, or whatever. Refresh your page. Maybe it'll do it.
Yeah. Well, anyway, welcome to Late Night with E Honda, the greatest show on all the internet, where we talk about fucking whatever we end up talking about. I don't know. I didn't really feel terribly great today, but I figured we'd do the show anyway, just because,
I have a gun topic.
Sure.
So, given the ATF's proposed bullshit, if that goes into law, and all of those become illegal and you lose them in boating accidents or whatever, you want something short and legal in the meantime, what would you buy? Like, there's got to be something still left legal that's short, right?
Dude, I don't know how this is going to look like. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
what things will still be available? I'm not sure. So, like, that's like, I don't know. It's asking me to come up with a list of things without knowing the potential choices on the list. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, we know some things. We know that they have to be lightweight and like a short length of pull, apparently. I was thinking the Shockwave without the brace is pretty much proof because it didn't mention that at all that I read. Yeah, I missed it.
I mean, I guess you could do those, like if you wanted to keep something rifle caliber, those god ugly, like, Shockwave AR pistols.
Yeah, one of those with the pirate.
Yeah. I forget, like, what company makes them, but you could
You
do
could
something like
get
that.
A standard pistol tube, right, would solve a lot of this, and like a 10-inch
That-
barrel.
That too.
Yeah, I don't know.
That always sucked to me, though.
Savage is out there, dropped in a $5 super chat. Thanks, man. It says, waiting for an N bomb, question mark. Is Yankee here? And I didn't notice. Also, don't sit next to a cow pasture at 2 a.m. with a 4570. Too risky for Bessie. CDM.
Okay.
Oh, God.
So,
I mean, venison, beef, like, what's the difference?
So one time we were, me and my brother-in-law were hanging out and drinking, and I was showing him my shotgun, right? And like, this was back in the day, and I still smoked cigarettes back then, so I got outside to have a cigarette. And there was like this snarling animal sound coming from outside. It sounded like a vicious, snarling, angry animal that was like pacing back and forth. And we're like, fuck, dude, like, what is that? He's like, grab the shotgun, I'll get a flashlight. Like, all right. Cool. So the only flashlight that he had, though, was this is the problem. You know, like those little crank flashlights, you crank the thing and it like puts a charge on the battery and then you can flash it for like a second.
yeah.
Yeah, well, he had like a crappy one. And it's like fine for looking at things that are like, like you're trying to read something on the table or whatever, right there. But it has like no throw whatsoever. So like we couldn't see shit. So we're out there, and he's got the flashlight, and I've got the shotgun, and the snarling sounds happening in the dark, and we can't see anything. And then it like snarls louder. I'm like, I fucking like get the fucking shotgun ready, like make sure safety's off and everything. My fingers on the fucking trigger, and like we like venture like courageously a little bit forward, and then I see antlers. These were deer in the backyard. And it wasn't the sound of snarling. It was the sound of them having, like, violent diarrhea. And I literally almost shot that shotgun and killed deer in the backyard because I thought it was like a wild, savage beast.
+1 for flashlights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he got rid of that flashlight after that.
You think it's legal to bolt a Chinese high-power laser off of eBay to a gun?
Yes.
I hope so.
Those things are pretty cool. What color did you get, red or green?
I'm looking at the green ones because, like, they're higher power or whatever. Like, The laser I had before that was pretty high powered was green, and it was pretty badass. So I'm hoping this is gonna be similar to that.
Don't they make a blue one too?
Yeah, they do, and a purple. I think. I think it's the Mace Windu.
I think I'd like to check out the blue one just to see.
I'm buying them more or less like, hey, we'll see how these work out, and like if they look good enough to put on a shotgun, then I'm gonna bolt it to the top of the shockwave and have like just a straight laser beam off the front to have like a general idea of where the pattern's going. I think that's gonna be enough with that gun, given how short of the barrel it is.
The only potential that I could see with that is I don't know how shockproof those lasers are.
Yeah, I thought about that, and that's a pretty high recoiling thing.
And so I think, like it might be fine, but it might be you shoot it a couple times and then you just wasted the laser.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it to the range before I make it the home defense option or whatever, and we're gonna run 100 rounds through it and see how it holds up. If it makes it through 100 rounds, I'll be impressed. It's they're like $10 or $11 if you buy multiples, so we're gonna buy 2 or 3, I think.
Well, first of all, the artist formerly known as Dagan says you're allowed 2 characters in GTA. I didn't know that. I'll be making a second character. Dwayne Christensen says, are you really a felon if you own a ghost gun in Nevada?
That's what the thing I saw on YouTube said. Mr. Guns and Gear was saying that.
So wait, you could own a ghost gun in Nevada until when? When they changed that?
Today or yesterday, I think, from what he was I just saw that today, but it was right as we went live. I didn't get a chance to watch it, so I just saw the headline.
Well, again, if the speed limit's 55 and everyone's driving 90,
yeah,
I mean, maybe they can pull the occasional person over. Yeah, Eric Larson says, how does that work if you already had a ghost gun before that law?
My thing with all this shit is kind of whatever they make the law is, until it fucking is some revolution or some bullshit, it behooves us to toe the line. That's my main position on all this shit. It's more or less okay, this is a new game, how do we play it? I don't really view all of this as bootlicking or whatever. It's surviving until we can fucking do whatever it is we have to do.
Well, and here's another point too.
Hopefully election will solve this, but I don't think elections are ever going to solve our issue.
Well, here's another point too that most people don't think about is that the gun manufacturers, the people who make parts and stuff like that.
Yeah, they're going to fight this.
I was going to say they actually love shit like this.
Well, they love, the thing getting made legal and then selling a whole bunch of shit, and then it getting made illegal and then selling a whole bunch of different shit that now is the new law. Yeah, they do love that.
Right. So they're going to be like, oh no, the government's coming out. We're with you guys. But hey, if you want one of the things that you can still have, contact us at ehonda.com.
The argument on our side right now is that they already established this, and now this is a billion-dollar industry with jobs that are countless, I'm guessing, probably in the thousands or tens of thousands at the very least. I'd be surprised if it's not even more than that. I think that is a legitimate way to fight this. If the corporations that own the rights to the shit actually put up the shit to do it.
Daniel says, have you tried DayZ or Rust, Honda? Have not tried Rust. DayZ was gazy.
You wouldn't like Rust because it's not. It's one of those crafting survival type games.
Dude, if they made it so it's okay, you start with the basic shit that you need. Here's enough stuff. Here's a place that you can do stuff from. Here's a shitty gun that you can kill stuff with, and then go. Then it would be a lot more fun than here's a stick. Now you got to learn how to make it into a bed. God fucking damn it. I don't want to play fucking Minecraft. Which is basically what that is, right? I mean, it's like Minecraft with zombies and guns and stuff. Eric Larson says, Yankee always says we'll win in the courts, but no one wants to be the guy who gets arrested to take it to court. And that's the other thing, too, is a lot of the time, like, you may not have the time and the money to fight it. So even if you do get fucked by a law like this, like, too bad, you know?
Well, I was going to say, it's not that we don't have to, the thing is, we don't have to get arrested to take it to court battles right now, because there's already laws in our books from hundreds of years ago that just aren't being enforced by judges right now. Specifically, Marbury versus Madison 1803. Anything deemed unconstitutional should be looked at as it was never written to begin with. That is the best one that they should be going after right now. And the fact that they're not using that to take out every unconstitutional gun law right now is everything that's wrong with this country.
Yep. Honda, move me up so people can see. Like, I have a camera.
Oh, how do I move you? Oh, yeah.
You're being hidden behind fucking Eric Larson or whoever.
There we go. We can be next to each other. Look.
Mm.
Look, I'm on top. You're on top. Wait, backwards.
I'd top Honda.
I'm a power bottom.
Okay. Bold strategy, Cotton.
Agrizer says, also just arrived. Has anyone got any parts caught in their SKS action yet? Well, see, the thing is, Duke was cleaning his SKS, and it was a very hot day. Very hot in his room. You know, the fan wasn't working, and I don't know what the humidity's like there, but it was a little extra humid that day, kind of thing going on. And the AC is kind of it's in the downstairs, and he's in the upstairs. And as we all know, heat rises. So anyway, he's cleaning his SKS, and Duke, how did the rest go?
So, like, he was carrying his new shotgun around, right? And he had it, like, open, and he had it, like, facing him down, and he was, like, all being cool and whatever. But it was hot out, and he wasn't wearing any pants. And then, like, he stumbled and, like, caught his dick in the action. And...
Oh. No, it wasn't an SKS. It was actually a handgun, much like this one. And he was, like, doing something, and it kind of, like, went in like this, like my thumb is, and then it just went...
Oh. Like a moil.
Like in Robin Hood and the Men in Tights when he has the guillotine.
I SK'd my schlong.
The shotgun one would hurt. If you could manage to do that somehow.
I don't think any of them would be pleasant.
I feel like you could rack the shotgun gently enough to where it wouldn't, like, guillotine your dick.
Yeah, like, I think you would lose your dick if you did it the way I did it.
But you could also definitely fucking guillotine your shit.
Yeah. How'd you lose your dick? Well, it's an interesting story. It was real hot out, wasn't it?
You ever heard of a guillotine? I call it a gunatine.
I call it an 870 a teen.
SKS-atine. X Adam 1 says, I bought a pistol yesterday and a rifle today. It was a good couple of days. Congratulations, good sir. I wonder what kind of pistol and rifle combination you got. What would you guys buy right now if you were buying a gun?
Sorry, what was that?
What gun would you buy right now, like for your next gun, if you were going to buy one right now?
I want a SIG P365 because I sold one because, like, I could sell it for stupid money and then sell all the 9mm ammo for stupid money. I was like, let's do that and just not have a 9mm for a while. But I want to get another one. Like, that's on the shopping list.
I really want to get a Taurus G3C Toro, but I can't find any around here.
Where was it that had those online? It was like Classic or someplace like that had them for cheap, like $300. Academy did too. You can order online from Academy.
The problem is the closest Academy to me is like 6 hours away one way.
Yeah, but you can have it shipped to your FFL.
Oh, okay.
I really want to pick up one of those like Bobcat 32s.
If you really can't find guns for good prices in your area, like order from Academy and have it shipped to either their store or the fucking FFL that's near you.
Mm-hmm.
Like They have every gun in there was like normal times prices. Like I paid $199 for a home defense length Maverick 88, and they had a Canic $379. They had the Taurus G2C for like $250, and then the Taurus G3s were a little more than that, like $300 maybe.
Yeah.
X Adam one says he got a EZ 380 Silver Performance Center and a Henry Golden Boy 22.
I like the easy guns. Like I don't know if I'd get the 9 or the 380, but they're neat.
I mean, they're good for like. I think that's a good gun for like a woman.
Yeah.
Who can't get the slide going, or for someone who's older who doesn't have the hand strength, or
Honestly, I'd get the Canic if I was like that because it's pretty easy to wreck. But it's not as easy as the EZ, though, I guess. Depends on how weak you are, you know?
Matthias wants another revolver. Leo wants a Glock 19 Gen 4. Joey Savoy, is that how you say that? Says, I just got a Gen 5 G45 and plan on grabbing a P365 XL in the next few weeks. That's pretty cool.
I'm basically waiting on the 365 until I have money and see one at a good price because it's not like a rush thing.
The artist formerly known as Deegan says, I want a 9mm, but I have no idea what to get. Do you not have a 9mm already? Okay, what would you recommend for a new gun owner, let's say, who's getting their first 9mm handgun?
Depends. What guns have they owned in the past?
Canic TP9SF.
Like, what guns do they own now? I mean, if he's got a 40 caliber Glock, he might be very comfortable with Glocks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it also depends on what level of money you're trying to spend, because you might be on a super budget, in which case there's a certain set of options, and you might have like no care about money, in which case there's another set of options.
Budget, what they plan on doing with that gun, what their experience with different firearms is.
Anything in the fucking $400 to $700 range is a pretty good gun, usually. Like, unless you overpay for something, you know?
So, okay, let's say you're just firing from the hip, and you were just saying, like, here's a gun that a newer gun owner would work out for them probably in 9mm.
Oh, 9mm. I was going to say Ruger Wrangler in 22, but in 9mm. Any full size, like, or even a compact, like a G19, like the G19 always makes the top of the list. Seems like most people like Glocks.
I would almost say the Taurus G3C, because it's like,
I like
most
those.
newer gun owners don't want to spend a bunch of money. Like, that's a decent gun for the money. You know, like, there's nothing wrong with it.
50 maybe max.
Yeah, it holds 12 or 15, depending on the mag that you have in it. Like, it's a good gun, dude. You can conceal carry that. You can use that for a home defense weapon. It has a rail for a light if you want to put a light on it.
And that Canic subcompact's kind of that way too. It does 12 or 15, comes with one 15-round mag, one 12-round mag. Comes with a holster that is actually usable, and comes with sights that are pretty good. And it's one of those like a Glock 26 where it can do like carry, or you can put a bigger mag in it and actually like have it on nightstand or something. I like that kind of gun where it's like it's the baby Glock or the baby Canic or the baby Smith & Wesson, whatever the fuck it is.
Huh. Joey Savoy says, yes, that's how you say it. Most people get it wrong. Nice.
Savoy.
Joey Savoy.
Any recommendations on how to get away from the cops?
Drive to the hills.
Hills, or if you're by the water, try to find a fucking like tunnel.
Like tunnel, yeah, dude. Tunnel, train tracks, like that'll go down to the tunnel system.
Dude, just take your AK in like North Hollywood, that shit.
Or sometimes you can like duck into some alleys and depending how many stars you have, lose them in some alleyways. Or run up some buildings.
Yeah, usually I just hit the alleyways.
We're playing a video game.
Oh, Leo's talking about real life.
Well, Leo just lives in Chicago. I guess you just have to.
I mean, you duck enough alleyways, you climb up on enough buildings, they'll lose you.
Well, one time I ran out the alley in running from the cops back when I was a teenager into a yard that we hid there.
See, this game's not accurate because you can't hide in a crawl space in a house for
Yeah.
several hours.
Now
Which
this,
is always
this
an
car
option.
is now in pieces.
Are you trying to take a shower right now? Jesus Christ.
In reality, Angry's right. Like if you're running on foot from the cops, crawl spaces on houses aren't that hard to get into usually.
I usually wear a bikini
Yeah.
when I take a shower too.
Really? I always find it gets in the way. I like to like lather up nude titties. That's my preference.
Titties. Dick goes in. You said one cold day I was wearing mittens while I was cleaning my M1 Garand. Couldn't depress the follower with my finger because of the mittens, so I used my dick. Bam, Garand dick. Did that happen to? Can you
Happened to
imagine that, Duke?
Happened to do.
I cannot, because if it was so cold, things would be a lot different than if it was hot.
Yeah, you get the whole thing caught in there. Different
Dude's
thing.
like, the pool was cold. The pool was cold. There was shrinkage.
Damn, she does have a great ass.
Vince Ruffalo says was it Cabela's earlier had like 50 to 10 boxes of 9mm sitting on the shelf. It was weird seeing that much just sitting there. I gotta go back to Cabela's and see if they've got anything. But every time I go there, they're fucking bought the fuck out like first thing in the morning.
It's going to be weird when we go into a store and see ammo and don't buy everything you can.
Yep.
Depends on the store if they let you buy as much as you want. I know all around Illinois is 1 ammo per day or something like that. 1
I
box
just go
ammo per day.
Clothes with disguises. Like no glasses, hair up, hair down, hair up in a hat, skirt, jeans, different tops. You buy all the ammo and then you sell it on the black market like military arms.
Artist formerly known as Deacon says, I own all calibers and autoloaders besides 9mm. So he's got plenty of experience. It's more like...
Well, in that case, if you have the money, I would look at something nicer, like maybe a SIG 226 or a Beretta 92.
Oh yeah, Beretta.
Like somewhere
That is a
in
great
the-
introduction.
Beretta 92 is just a good way to go.
Get a high power. That'd be pretty cool too.
Yeah, Brownie. I really want one of those, but they're so fucking expensive.
I always look at those like the
Ridiculously
ones
expensive.
because like the Turkish made ones were only like $500, and they were as nice as the 1911 that I had. That was pretty nice. I don't know how they hold up long term though.
Banging gongs with your mom says, skip the P365XL and get the Taurus GX4. Got one the other day. It's amazing compared to the 365. I
Really?
haven't even heard of the GX4.
It's the one that just dropped a couple of weeks ago, but it only comes with 2 11-round mags.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm sure they'll drop, 12 and 15 rounders just like the 365 has. They just haven't been on the market long enough to have that aftermarket support.
Well, you can buy a 13-round from their website. It's just that it doesn't come with the gun right now. I think they'll
Doesn't
probably
come
do
with
that
it.
option at some point in the future. Because I was looking into getting one, and I realized my hand doesn't grip fully with 11 rounds in it.
The thing I like about it is, I mean, the 365 comes with that like day-night sight, which is nice. But the what is it? The TX4, I think they're calling it.
GX4.
Yeah, you can swap it out for like any aftermarket Glock sight that you want. So
Yeah, the G3 series and on has Glock sights as standard, so you can get the cheap night sights on Amazon that are like a 2-dot setup that are like $67 or something like that.
yeah,
That makes that very appealing to me.
the only thing I don't like about the TX4 is like you
Goddamn.
have to have a tool to take it down, a screwdriver or something like that to
Yeah.
do a field strip on it.
Bong hits for Jesus.
Blessed be.
And also with you. I like the name. How's it going?
Delightful. How are you, gentlemen?
Is that Jolly?
No.
No, it's
Uh,
long hits for Jesus.
Oh, I can't read that.
It's all good.
So the artist formerly known as Dagan says, "What about the Ruger Security 9?" I don't really like Ruger's semi-auto handguns that much.
What about a Ruger 5.7?
That thing looks cool. That would be one I would try. But like all the rest of their handguns just don't do it for me usually.
I mean, the
Like-
CR9 is great, but the serrations on it really digs. It really digs into your fingers.
I'm just thinking, like, what is a Ruger Security 9 money-wise? It's like $350, right? Like, any of the guns we've already brought up are stuff I'd rather have than that gun.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Like, if you're looking at specifically a gun in 5.7, though, right?
Yeah.
There's
Well,
the
that's
FN 5.7, the Ruger 5.7. Does anyone else make one?
Well, like, they make those Mac 10s, but I wouldn't count those. So, yeah, those are the only two real handguns. And, like, the FN sucks for about every reason you can name.
And it's really expensive, too.
I'm about
Like,
to say that is overpriced, if you ask me.
Well, like, $1,800 right now is, like, the going price for one of those, if I remember right. And then it's made of plastic. It has a bunch of issues, and its safety is, like, up in a weird place. And, like, you have to use your trigger finger to manipulate it. And, like, just no. I don't like that gun at all. And, like, sight options for it suck. You can't do night sights for it. Like, the Ruger, it has real sight options, as I understand it. Like, they're dovetail cuts. People are going to make sights for that gun. And then, like, it has a safety like a 1911, and it still has a 20-round mag. Like, I would always buy that Ruger over that fucking FN. And it's like $700, too, instead of $1,800 for no reason.
right. Yeah, you could have two of them and then a little bit of money for ammo left over.
You could dual wield for less money than 157. Are you gonna do a P90, or have you changed your mind?
PS90.
Yeah, the PS90 is very sexy.
Yeah, it's a good Belgian gun.
Yeah.
I did shoot a P90 SBR full auto at Dragon Man's, and that thing was fucking pretty goddamn smooth. I must admit.
Yeah. I like
Although,
P90.
of all of the full auto guns that I've shot so far, the lightest recoiling, easiest to shoot was the SIG MPX.
So my favorite was the AK-74. That's because of the muzzle brake and the tiny cartridge and shit. I had a G3 set up that I was going to put a binary trigger in that I wish I could have felt on full auto, because it like was a 308 that felt like you were shooting a fucking 5.56.
Wow, this game is very accurate.
Yeah, actually, we were looking at it earlier. There was a pier that is in this game that looks exactly like a pier that I was in LA with.
And the streets are that was exactly what City Hall looks like.
Yeah, go to that pier. Go to that pier.
It's interesting, but it's consolidated. It's all squished together.
Yeah, it is.
That's a real building.
This game, we'll play it. It's fun.
Who is playing this game?
That would be me.
Never enough.
Ah. Right on.
Just
What kind of bullets will go through car glass? Will a 22 go through a typical windshield?
Yeah, probably, maybe. Well, it'll certainly shatter it. I don't know if it'll make it through after hitting the glass.
I've heard that 380 will sometimes skip off of a windshield, but 9mm will generally punch right through. So, like, 9mm or better is the general rule of thumb that I've heard, and I don't know. I've never tested it. Doesn't this look familiar right here?
So,
This is exactly what it looks like.
Yeah.
Wow. They really got it. Wow, that is exactly. Damn.
Car windshields are like tricky to shoot. Anything with a rounded front is not going to do well with a car window. So like 45 ACP ball, you would be better off running up to the car, breaking the window, and shooting them than you would be shooting at the window. And 380
Really?
is the same way. Yeah, like it's going to skip off. Like you might get one through, but it's like a 1 in a fucking 100 shot or better, maybe even 1 in a million.
What if it's pointed like I don't know 223?
5.56, depending on the round, can go through glass, but that's like XM 855 does pretty well. XM 193 tends to like just get destroyed by the glass. So depending on what you're talking about,
I mean,
5.56 can do it, but like 308 does well. Shotguns do well. That's why you see in the military, the people that still use a lot of shotguns are like MPs at checkpoints. Because like a shotgun slug will go through whatever the fuck you have usually, unless it's an armored car.
Dude, if you have 5.56 green tips, there's no way that it's not going straight through the glass.
That's XM855. That's the one I was talking about.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Is like the green tips are gonna smash right through the glass and fucking destroy anything behind it.
That's what that round was made for, really. That and like light body armor.
I mean, if you shoot at it with a 45, you're just gonna blow the whole car up.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, if you shoot enough 45s at the same spot, eventually they're gonna go through more than likely. Like eventually, that 1 in a million is gonna get a lot more.
but it only takes 145. You don't need to shoot that many.
I don't know. I've
Just
seen
one.
45 skip off a car window and like just barely even cracking.
Wow. What about the passenger window? Like in the doors, not the windshield.
The doors are better because they're flatter. The windows on the front of a car tend to be really at a 45-degree angle, and they have that like Soviet tank armor thing going for them, where it's like it's not what it is; it's at the angle it is, and it's your projectile design. Because like a 45 or a 380 is so rounded, at least in a ball round, that it likes to skip off of that. That's the issue. And like what are they called? Hollow points or 40 with a flat point solves this. 40 Smith & Wesson is not good at a lot of shit, but it is good at car windows. And like 357 SIG is even better from what I understand, but that's just from what Oklahoma Highway Patrol guys say, so I don't really know.
Yeah, I'm about to say, what about hollow points?
I think a hollow point would solve a lot of those issues.
I've seen I think Demolition Ranch did a couple of videos for sure about this, where they shoot through the car window. And the thing that was interesting to me that I didn't really that you wouldn't think would happen is like the bullet comes in, right? Like at a certain angle, and then it hits the glass, and then it like changes angle once it hits the glass.
Yep, exactly.
Right.
So it doesn't just punch straight through. It like hits it and then like follows the contour of the glass a little bit as it goes through, and so it doesn't go straight through.
The
Like
thing
it's way lower than you would think it would.
the thing you have to understand about shooting at glass versus other shit we shoot at is that while glass is breakable, it's actually much harder than those bullets, and like ceramic plates stop bullets, right? So if the glass is hit at an angle which it is supported, it is like hitting a ceramic plate, basically. That's why it skips off.
Back alley prostate exam, nice name, says
I'll sign up for one.
says there's a YouTube channel that tested 380 versus windshield. In his circumstance, 380 always went through and remained on target. Stay on target.
Stay on target. Interesting.
Was the windshield in a car or outside of a car?
I don't know. I just read what he said.
Is the stuff I've seen, it was all in cars.
And I'm assuming he used ball ammo.
Well, I always think it's funny when they're like, you're watching like a movie or whatever, right? And they're having like a shootout, and the cop will like open the door and then use his door for cover and concealment, and there's like bullets like hitting the door, it's like pew pew pew, and he's just fine behind it because it's like, well, it's made out of metal, so it's going to stop bullets. But in like real life, a bullet like 9 out of 10 times is going to just zip right through that fucking door, even if it is like a 22 or a 380.
Some of those doors now are actually armored in some of the patrol vehicles.
Another thing to consider is what car are you shooting at, too? Because like if it's a Jeep or like my FJ with a really flat window, that doesn't matter for shit, really. It's like, you know, a fucking typical sedan has that like sloped windshield that like that's what all the fucking police train around or whatever. It's like the worst case scenario for that kind of shit.
Huh.
So the main vehicle that was once used in war is the one you shouldn't have.
Yeah.
If someone's shooting at you.
Well, like they weren't made to like stop bullets, you know.
Right.
They kind of figured they were getting shot out by 8mm Mauser or whatever. You know, it doesn't fucking matter.
If your opponent is wearing plates, where do we aim? For the hips?
I like
Shoot him in the dick.
pelvic.
Shoot him in the dick.
Shots.
Yeah,
Will Smith says.
Clint Smith definitely was like talking about groin shots. groin shot.
In reality, he's saying that because the pelvic girdle is centered by the dick, right? So, like, when you shoot someone in the pelvic girdle, if they're wearing armor, they are now no longer mobile, and they're probably going to drop to the ground because of it. So it's like
Out of the fight.
out of the fight, basically. Like, they might be able to shoot you, but you can easily finish them off now. Like
Like
you
in
probably have
RoboCop.
bigger fish to fry.
Like in RoboCop, the guy got shot in the dick.
If you've ever worn plates, I'm 6'1". They stop maybe 3 inches below my belly button. There's a lot of exposed area.
Well, the issue is the area that's exposed is all like intestine and shit, and like your liver's in there, and that'll kill you in about 20 minutes. But like, as far as shit that will immediately stop the fight, there's your spinal cord that would stop it. But like, it's not a big thing to hit. The pelvis is a big thing to hit. It's not like, yo, you're shooting at a person, you want to hit him anywhere. You're wanting to hit specific shit.
Yeah.
Iron Road's got 2 guns on the way. He's got a Henry 357 Magnum lever action with the side loading gate and a M&P 2.0 compact. Optics ready. I do like the old lever guns, man. They're fucking cool. Something
That was a
about
good landing.
What's that?
That was a good landing on the library tower there.
Oh.
Whoever's flying on the slut, Kat Von D.
I do like my lever gun. This guy right here.
Yeah.
I think it's small enough we won't get in trouble.
I've accepted, Matt. You invite me into a game?
You got it?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you get the friend request?
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on. Let me sit down somewhere.
X Adam 1 has a good point. When people get hit, they go down. Like, if you get hit in the armor, unless you're wearing, like, the full military flak jacket with plates and you get hit by, you know, a shotgun pellet or a pistol round or something like that, you might not notice that. But, like, if you get hit in soft armor by a fucking handgun, you're going to, like, notice that. It's going to leave a big-ass fucking bruise. You're probably going to fall down.
Oi, oi, oi.
Like somebody ran up and hit you in the chest with a sledgehammer, you might feel that. I think Matt just plays this game to watch the titties bounce.
Can you make her jump right now?
She got some
Oh,
really
so.
broad shoulders. This is how you like them, huh?
Let me know when you send it, Matt.
I sent it. You should have got it.
The nice thing about like shotguns when it comes to armor is like that kinetic energy sucks. Like they might be down anyway. You hit them with a slug or all 9 pellets of buckshot.
Dick Goes India says, all I know about Windows is there's a big difference from a legal standpoint between masturbating while looking out a window and masturbating while looking in a window. There is a big difference.
I'll be a son of a gun.
I didn't know there was a difference. That would explain why those guys always run away from my windows.
I think masturbating while looking into a window is probably a little bit worse.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to look out your window and see like Leo whacking off in the bush, you know?
Right.
Oh, but
Well,
at my work, there's all kinds of homeless people who hang out outside sometimes because we're like right by a fucking bus stop or like a train station, you know, like light rail.
Mhm.
And the managers, as part of their duties, have to occasionally walk around the outside of the building and check this and that and like do their checklist thing. So the female manager that I used to work with is doing the checklist one day, and she goes outside, and there's a homeless guy, pants are out his ankles, laying down in a bush, like laying down inside of a bush, just whacking off. And she's
Sorry,
like,
guys.
excuse me. And the dude just stands up, like, you know, he's getting a cup of coffee, like, no big deal, like, slowly puts up his pants, like, grabs his stuff and just walks away like nothing happened.
I mean, shoot, homeless people got to whack off too. So.
Oh, that guy's gonna kick your ass.
I mean,
What, you got a dinosaur suit on? What the fuck?
Yeah. Oh, Matt's getting his ass kicked. Or
Cat Von D about to shoot him.
Oh no, that's the alien suit.
Oh, that's the alien suit. That's what did it.
Matt
Go
just
inside of his
murdered
trailer.
an actor. Matt just murdered 2 actors.
Yeah, Matt's just
3, 4,
lighting up,
5, 6.
lighting up Hollywood. Oh no, those are the extras. Those are the people that get them food.
Why would you run into the bullets?
I don't know. That's probably the film production crew.
Like, oh, there's
Because they
people
have to
getting
deal-
shot out there. I know where I'm running.
They have to deal with pompous actors all day. This is a way out for them.
I want to see
Matt,
the
yeah.
inside of that trailer for some reason. Go inside. Is it nice? Ooh, it is nice. Yeah, fresh fruit.
Very safe.
Airstreams are cool. Those kind of trailers from the 50s that are all metal that look like that.
Yeah, those are cool.
Matt, am I in your map?
They're not fucking cheap. I know that.
Yeah, they get expensive when they're nice. If they're like an old shell, they're cheap.
All right, it comes the pigs.
But even like an old shell now, it's like 10 or 15 grand, I think.
That's Nakatomi Plaza from Die Hard on your right. Go to land on the top of that. Turn around. The brown building. That's from Die Hard. Nakatomi Towers, right there.
It is.
Land on the top. Anybody can fact check me. Hey, Snopes, if you want to fact check me.
That was it. It had the little construction thing on top and the whole bit.
That thing in LA? That thing in
I
LA.
don't. I don't see you.
It says it failed to join yours. Why does it keep saying that? Are you an open or something? Or
No, I mean,
Why don't you just join one? Just join a map, and then Matt, you join him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, just go to online, and then I'll just jump to you.
I'm there right now. It's loading. All right, I'm there.
Okay. Let me push park my bike, so I want to make sure it's still in the garage whenever I switch over.
So I've been thinking about this a lot lately. Getting a couple of acres up in the mountains just to have it, and then like build a fucking like right away build like a shooting range on it so that I could go camping and shooting on the land that I own or whatever, and then eventually like maybe do something with it.
Stop stealing my plans.
Or sell it down the road or whatever, you know, because I'm sure like whatever you buy it for today, it's going to be worth more in a couple of years. But I'm sure that there's better things that I can do with my money.
I don't know. I've been thinking about the same thing because like once you have, 5-10 acres, whatever you buy to shoot on, like eventually you can put a trailer or something there, or a cabin, and then eventually a house. Like long term, like it's land to shoot on for now, and like you don't have to pay range fees anymore, and that's an instant, money in your pocket. Like because range fees around here is basically every time you go shooting, it ends up being $30 a person, which kind of sucks.
Yeah, but land, all real estate has a lot of carrying costs. You have to pay property tax. You have to pay, there's usually different assessments from counties and shit. And that's before you even start getting utilities.
So you're in California?
Yeah, but it's the same in other states too.
Well, it's not the same. Like in Oklahoma or Colorado, even undeveloped land, like if you bought 40 acres, the property tax on that's like $200 a year.
That's cheap.
Yeah. So, and maintenance fees on it, if it's like a woodland, is next to nothing, assuming that it's not like burning down or some shit,
I don't know.
Well, if the holding costs are cheap, then I would be more favorable to it. Can you put a septic tank in my neighborhood is about $3,000, and having it dug in will cost you another $2,000 or $3,000, and it has to be dumped.
Yeah.
I don't know, every 10,000 shits.
So around here, it's about $5,000 to do a septic system, but you can do that same amount of money and do like a shit lagoon. I don't know what to call it, like a pond where that shit goes. That's like piped out a certain ways away where you don't have to deal with that shit, and then it's like a self thing. Like you don't ever have to take it out.
That sounds like
Well, that's not bad. And if you have a well on the property, so you have water, you can do solar panels for electricity.
Yeah.
And if the carrying costs are only $300 in taxes and fees every year, then that's not bad at all.
That's kind of where I'm at on it. Like you could buy the land around here, 10 acres, let's say, is like maybe $10,000 or $15,000, and that's not that much money. Really.
Well, the one that I was looking at was like $9,000 for 5 acres.
Yeah.
It's about a 2-hour drive from where I'm at right now. So it's like totally, it's not close, but it's reachable, you know?
Did you join, Matt?
Does it have a yard? Does it have a road?
It's got a dirt road access. It's got electrical lines that aren't too far away that I assume would be a couple $100 to hook into.
No, no, more than that. But go on.
Yeah.
And then you'd have to dig your well and do your septic system like you were saying.
Yeah. So
Every property needs water going in and out, and it needs heat, either gas or, something else.
I
And
don't
electricity.
know where Honda is, but around here, there's groundwater everywhere. You could dig a well anywhere, but that's another $5,000 or $10,000 probably, depending on how deep you go.
In Colorado, I was looking at it. It's $10,000 to $15,000 to dig a well, depending on where it's at, because of how deep they have to go.
Yeah. That's the good part about living in the flatland.
But I mean, like, okay, so you get like a used trailer, you pour a square of concrete to put the trailer on, you dig the thing for the septic system, you dig the well, you hook into the electrical system.
So here's
I
my
got a place, dude.
My plan was, first thing is, like, when you do the range, like, I'm build a big fucking like parking space kind of thing out of gravel for parking vehicles, and maybe putting a mobile home on that kind of shit, and then a berm to shoot into, right? And then like you could put a mobile home or a yurt or a cabin, whatever you want to do.
Shipping containers are cheap.
Shipping container houses, like anything like that, dude. Like your sky's the limit.
Well, and then I was looking at like how much does equipment cost? Like if I wanted to like use a piece of equipment and like buy one and then sell it when I'm done or something, or rent one. Did you know you can rent a Bobcat for a whole month for like $600?
Yeah. At Home Depot.
And like a Bobcat with a little bucket on it, like it's not the best thing, but like if that's all you had, you could, for a month or two, you could definitely use that to build a berm to shoot into or something.
Hey, what's up,
What's up?
Bobby?
Nice
Like,
scooter.
Why are you on a scooter, you fag?
Excuse me, I'm going to West Hollywood. Oh my God, you're in the way.
Let me jump on that bike with you. Let me get on the back
Hop
of
on.
that bad boy.
Hop on.
Yo,
Oh,
let's
now
get
you're
real
riding,
Mad
bitch.
Max.
Okay.
Much better.
So-
Matt, can you
It was a
feel?
drive-by scootering.
Can you feel how hard he is?
Yes.
Yo, look how great this looks. This is looking fresh.
Okay. We gotta figure
I'm
out.
more just amazed that Duke's still awake right now.
Yeah, me
Hey,
too.
baby, I took a nap today. All right, I'll have you know.
Yeah, you
There
took a
you
nap earlier today when we were talking. I know.
I don't remember that.
I know you don't.
Here, get in this car.
Oh,
Well, the main point of that is you can get the property initially fucking super cheap and do the septic system later. Like tying in electrical, I would do pretty quick unless you're going to have a big solar system, but that's.
Well, it would be like a 5-year plan, so that at the end of 5 years, it would be a property that would be ready to like move into or whatever, you know.
I was thinking about going with a yurt. I don't know how.
Yurts are pretty nice.
That is.
But you guys have hurricanes, or not hurricanes, tornadoes. That's going to knock over a tent. That's why shipping containers are so nice.
Yeah, but the place I'm going to buy land in isn't a tornado fucking haven. Like, I'm not that
Why is
worried.
this man after us?
He's being
Oh,
a dick.
I think the cheapest part is buying the land because the expenses just pile up and everything. I'm a developer by trade, and everything costs 50% more, especially now, and takes twice as long as you budget for it every fucking time.
Here's the thing: is like I was wanting to like homestead in Alaska or some shit, and like doing that same thing here is just ridiculously fucking cheaper on everything. So that's what I'm looking at it as. It's cheaper no matter what than what I wanted to do.
No, I mean you're absolutely right. Is that like, okay, if I have this plan and I'm looking at the prices a month ago, that's no longer valid. Let alone like 5 years from now with like inflation the way it's going and things going crazy the way that they are.
You have to assume.
God damn it!
Any plans I make, I assume that I'm probably going to be making enough money to like, you know what I mean? Like the pay will go up with inflation. If it doesn't go up with inflation, then we're all kind of fucked, right? Like,
I think at a point though, like,
yes, we are. Yes, correct. Go ahead.
so either we're fucked or we're not. If we're planning,
well, what I was going to say though is at a point, they're not like companies aren't going to have money to hire people. So less people are going to have jobs. So if you have a job, if you're like one of the lucky people who whatever, or you're the hardworking one or whatever that got to keep his job, then yeah, like you're right. You're the amount of money that you're going to make is going to be substantially higher than it is now. But what I'm saying is the majority of people aren't going to have a job. So they're going to be relying on the government handout and the free stuff that you get and the Agenda 2030 and the
Great Reset, man. They're gonna eat the bugs. They're gonna live in the pod, and we'll be happy.
So, the part of my thinking on this is you buy the land, you have a shooting range, right? And like, no matter what else you do with it at that point, like the thing you could do with it in the future is have an off-grid cabin there with some sort of small solar setup and fucking use composting toilets, and that wouldn't cost that much. And like, is that a good way to live? No, but like, if the whole fucking country goes to shit, it may be better than living on the streets.
Well, there was that interview with the guy from Venezuela, and I keep talking about this because I think it's relevant. And they were saying like, hey man, if you could go back in time, what would you get right before everything went to shit? And he said two things: a Glock 19 with some ammo and 5 years worth of food.
Yeah.
Ay caramba.
Dude, I honestly think if you had some sort of cabin set up, like I said, that's super low cost and 5 years worth of food, you would be really well off right now compared to most people.
I think being away from other people is going to be key when that kicks off.
Yep.
I don't know. When you can trade a ham sandwich for a blowjob, you might want some other people around, Duke.
Yeah, but you can trade a ham sandwich for a blowjob right now.
Guys, what if you fucking I dislocated my shoulder earlier this year, and I was totally fucked up. If that happened in a cabin out in the woods,
yeah,
and you get hurt and you're the only one out there, what's the plan then?
Well, you're not the only one out there. That's why you have a fuck buddy. God.
Okay, you're right.
If things go bad, being around a bunch of people would be the last thing you want. In a large city, something like that, people that have never had to, no.
Yeah.
Yes, we all agree the cities will be bad, but if we're alone out there and we get, pneumonia or something, I don't know.
I watched this guy on YouTube who's been making less and less videos on YouTube called Viking Preparedness. And he's like a pastor, like Christian guy who talks about like he bought like 20 acres up in the Ozarks and like turned it into a like farm / like ranch kind of thing up in the mountains and has a whole community of people around them. And basically like those people are going to be the best off because they've got a community of people that they've set up before anything happened where like certain skill sets are covered within the community in various different ways. You've got nurses and vets and whoever for medical stuff. You've got like construction people and mechanics and whatever else you might need in the group. Because anyone can, like anyone with a gun, or you can put a gun in anyone's hand and, like now you've got a security guard. That's a low skilled job, I think. in the future economy of like shit's gotten fucked.
Yes.
Because if you can fix a car, that's like way more useful, you know.
So,
I agree.
To go back to his point on being alone, if you have land, someplace to live, transportation, protection, and food, you won't ever be alone. Like, not if you have any game at all. Like, that's kind of my thinking anyway.
Maybe.
Just, Savage dropped in $2 and said, just saw a Black Widow trailer July 9th.
That and I guess that's also like, you know, assuming the world goes to shit. Like if it is, everyone's out of a job and no one has any place to live, and you have this awesome place out in the country. Like, I don't know. Not saying all women are fucking whores, but
Well, it's funny to me that like,
Well, it's not inaccurate, really.
like the first movie that she was in, the first like Iron Man movie or whatever that she was in, she was like young and super hot and stuff, and she's still like hot and stuff, but she's not as young as she once was. And
No,
now
she hit the wall, man. Sadly.
and now she's making movies about like, oh, this is the history of Black Widow from when she was younger. It's like, nah, not really.
I just saw Ghost in the Shell last night with her. She's about 22. Woo!
Yeah,
Let it.
I don't know.
Yep.
Not what the Black Widow movie's about, but
I'll still drink her pee. She told me to.
Jesus Christ.
Wow. Now we get some hits.
Matt, where you at?
Just saying.
Trying to find you.
I'm
Thanks, Leia.
wanted by the cops, baby. The cops are all over me.
if you add being a weed
All right, I'm coming.
on top of all that like hippie crash pad shit I said, like it will just rain hippie pussy around you, I think.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Oh my God. Go back to those beachfront condos there. Those are accurate. I can't believe it.
Your Tinder photo is a picture of your house with a weed plant.
That's
next to it.
Carbon Beach. Go to the surf point. They really got everything. I mean, a lot of details. Exactly correct. Now go left.
that's right.
Other left.
Turn right.
Okay, that's fine. But the houses are. This is great. This game is cool. Is this Grand Theft Auto, Los Santos, or whatever?
GTA 5.
GTA 5.
I think it's like
Cool.
$15 on Steam right now.
How do you have a fucking Return of the Jedi speeder?
It costs about $3 million in game, so
Worth it.
oh yeah.
It's like the only way to go.
Yeah, it definitely makes getting around a lot easier.
Fucking rocket bike.
Damn, you're way up north, Duke.
So, do you
What
think
in the
that's
woods,
future
baby?
transportation in Los Angeles then, or would that be anarchy? 'Cause it looks like
What?
that would be anarchy. Little rocket
Say-
bike.
Oh man, a rocket bike would beat the traffic. That would be nice.
That would be nice.
Daniel says, imagine what internet costs at this land.
No,
And that's the thing, like, you're not going to have any internet, but like 5 years from now, I would think that Starlink's going to be up and running, right?
that's what I'm banking on. Like right now,
Alright.
there's fiber being run out to the country here.
I put my fucking deposit down on that Starlink. I still ain't got nothing.
Yeah.
I'm waiting.
Okay. but
Elon's been disappointing lately.
Who?
Elon Musk.
Oh yeah.
It's because he's banging that weird-looking singer too much. He's losing his mojo.
his Saturday Night Live performance, that was like awful. I think it's more about Saturday Night Live sucking than him, but still.
Yeah.
That show used to be funny. Remember when Mike Myers and Dana Carvey on, and Kevin Nealon and like Chris Rock
And David Spade and
and
Chris
David
Farley.
Spade and Chris? Man, Saturday Night Live was funny in the '90s.
Well, and the thing is, like, how many of those dudes ended up having a career after Saturday Night Live? You know,
All of
like they
them.
did
Yeah,
movies
pretty much everybody.
versus
Yeah.
now. Like, how many names do you know from Saturday Night Live? Like 0.
Yeah.
None.
Yeah.
It's just all it is like political, like leftist buzzwords.
Right, it's wokeism with.
Oh my god!
Like they make fun of the orange man.
You
Yeah.
can't get on this one, unfortunately.
Oh, well, that's gay.
But it does do this.
Whoa.
No, kill Duke.
So, gentlemen, drone defense.
Shotguns.
Sorry.
But realistically, the drones are going to determine the future of conflict in the 21st century. And I believe all of us are ill prepared for this.
Well, that's why I got old Bessie here, the shotgun.
I think if you shot a drone with turkey shot and it was close enough,
Go down, I think.
it
Why
would go
would you
down.
do
But
that?
the problem is that with the camera technology that they have and the drone technology that they have and how small that they can make them and how high that they can fly and how good the cameras are, like they're going to be able to spy on you and do the things that drones do without you even knowing that they're there.
So
Yeah,
my thing is,
sure.
why are you having a nation state come after you with drones? Are we just living in the woods, or are we like being like Red Dawn or some shit?
What are you doing, Matt? Holy cow!
That changes the whole discussion, right?
Well, I was thinking earlier
No.
about
Drones are cheap. There's bad guys everywhere.
We need to get you some cars.
Yeah, but I'm not worried about my neighbor down the street getting a fucking drone and doing some shit. Like maybe I should be, but like not to the level that you seem to be.
So I was thinking the other day about Springfield Armory, right? Not the one that currently exists, but the one that used to be the National Armory that would do research and development on firearms as a means to arm the Army, Navy, Marines, whoever, for conflict with other countries because guns were the most important, or not the most important, but they were definitely important when it came to warfare. Now there's not even a Springfield Armory where they develop these things anymore. Why? Because compared to the other weapons that they have, guns are pretty much useless. And it used to be like, go back to medieval times, right? The king wouldn't want to piss the serfs off too bad because there was enough serfs that they could do if they were all pissed off and got together and banded against the king or the prince or whoever it was. There was basically nothing they could do. Even with their troops and their swords and spears and arrows and shit, like farmers with pitchforks in great enough numbers posed a real threat. And then eventually it was like, well, okay, now it's like an army or an organized group with weapons and stuff. Like they're the real threat. Like if you're just a group of people without guns, you're not really a threat. So it's the guns we got to worry about. But now it's like, we don't even have to worry about those people with guns because we've got like Terminator 2 level shit coming off the fucking production line pretty soon. And that's a fucking scary thought when they've got DARPA dogs that can kick your door in and search your house without even putting an officer's life at risk. And then, final point, the police today, there's this giant push to get rid of policing, modern policing and the way that it works today. And it's not like they're going to not have police in the future, at least not have law enforcement, right? I think they're pushing for a technocratic police state in which they're going to use DARPA dog-like things or whatever the technology ends up being as a means to enforce and control the people. And that we are going to beg them for this because of the media propagandized version of what is actually going on in reality. That's it.
The
You're
thing
just
is,
making
with the
living in the woods in a cabin off grid sound better and better, man.
I was gonna say the thing is with the whole defund the cops is it's already backfiring everybody that's done it.
Yeah.
Right, but they know it's going to backfire, right? And so once it backfires, they're going to be like, well, having cops doesn't work, and not having cops doesn't work. We got to reimagine policing.
What's more likely, that or they just hire a shit ton more cops because, wow, we need cops, so now they have their army built up.
And that could be too. But the thing is, individuals, people, can make choices, can disobey orders, can like make a moral choice on a situation that's happening in front of them that the computer wouldn't. And
Well,
maybe they don't want that, you know?
The other side effect of that is all the smart people are getting out of policing and like they're lowering their hiring standards for like background checks and mental shit and whatever. So you have basically criminals that will be put badges on and fucking now they're cops.
Just
That's
like in the
like-
70s.
Yep. Like, and at that point, not only do they like using excessive force, like they're probably being ordered to, like, yeah, other shit like that, like how those types of cops could be ordered to be. Like, it's not like, oh, I got into the police to be a fucking good guy and fucking the Constitution and shit like that. Like, that guy might say no. Fucking Tuco, who used to be in a gang, who's just happy to have a job and likes being able to shoot people for money, like, he doesn't give a fuck.
I gotta try to unblock Chili Peen. I don't even know if I can remember how to do this.
So I don't know how many of you guys pay attention to your own state legislators and the bills that are being pushed through. Here in Ohio, a bunch of Democrats in the last probably 2 to 3 months have tried to push through a bunch of anti-gun bills, including basically getting rid of hiring exams entirely.
Yeah.
Well, California's doing, like, they're going to have AR-15s on July 4th unless shit happens, right? I mean, what are the odds, though, that that's going to stick? I think very low.
I think kind of high. I think maybe it doesn't get picked up by the other court and that sticks.
It might. There's a lot of pressure. If California goes to the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court goes in favor of California, then all of the other libtard states, New York, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Jersey, all of them fall.
Hawaii,
It's too risky. They would rather let California go and keep all of the East Coast and Illinois states.
I agree. Like, if I was them, that's what I would do.
I mean,
But California is the most retarded place in the world, so never
Discourse.
underestimate what can happen.
That's true. Never underestimate the stupidity of your enemy. Like, sometimes people do really stupid shit, and you're like, whoa, that doesn't make any sense. Like, you know, playing a chess game or whatever, like, why would he have done that? It's like, oh, he doesn't know about that. Okay.
Yeah.
I can't get to Discord.
And, like, if they do take it to the Supreme Court and lose, that's going to be a big loss for them.
And remember, the Supreme Court, despite ruling against the election problem, is 6-3
Yeah.
red team.
And most of them are somewhat pro-gun. I think if that went before that court, I don't see how it wouldn't go.
well, what happened to Biden talking about packing the court? Remember that whole thing? Is that still
Yeah.
on the table?
I think that
Prove
might
to
be
me
the court.
Biden even exists.
I think Biden is a cybernetic puppet by Barack Obama. He died 3 years ago, and they replaced his brain with a robot that likes to get in fights.
Michelle Obama is a man. His name is Michael Levon. Carry on.
I mean, I don't really like the transphobic shit with that, but yeah,
I do.
she does look kind of like a fucking man. I'm just saying.
I'll still smash.
She is hot. Like, there's that. So you're transphobic?
Anyway. I read a fascinating political summary on the interweb. Something about the way the Civil War will start is some red state defies some Biden rule, and Biden says, and it could be something mundane like taxes or environmentalism or whatever, and the feds come to stop things, and then the red state says, no, fuck you guys, and they send their own police to stop the feds, to arrest and detain the feds. Then the blue states see this and pile on, needing to do their thing. And then the other red states send their National Guard, and the situation just snowballs very quickly. And I thought it was quite plausible.
If it is a war between the states, then that would make more sense than a lot of other options. Like if it is like the state of Texas is going to war with the federal government, and then Oklahoma and Arkansas decide, fuck it, let's go with Texas because they're just going to come after us eventually, that kind of shit. Like, that's kind of what happened in the original Civil War, right? Like, it was one or two states started thinking that way, and they kind of formed a coalition, and they all broke off.
Well, it's a lot more plausible than like the Tim Pool version of events, in which it's just like groups of people who are on the street talking and getting upset at each other that eventually leads to civil war somehow.
Yeah, exactly. I love that. Like the Antifa protest is going to lead to civil war. Like,
well, it's definitely steps along the way. Don't get me wrong.
for sure. Like it's one step of many, but like I think that eventually leads to what we were talking about with like states going after each other.
Dookie.
What's up?
Okay, never mind. I thought I heard you snoring.
No, I'm just here chilling. I'm trying to tell Matt I can't get into Discord because I don't know, my game won't let me get out of it to go to Discord. So,
do you guys think that the price of ammo is going to come down more than it already has?
Yes. It came down so much already.
Yeah, it really did. I don't know. If they give us another stimulus check, I bet the price is going right back up.
Like, I don't think they're ever going to do another stimulus. If they do, I'll be surprised.
They're already talking about one.
We're getting the 300 per kid.
It's $250 per kid per parent, or for like if you are claiming your kid on your taxes, you're getting $250 a month. But the thing is, that was the child income tax credit that they were already giving to people, but now instead of giving it to you at the end of the year, they're just giving it to you monthly. So really,
would be great.
if you look at the numbers, it's no difference whatsoever.
But
I'll take one more. Just one more.
if you don't have kids, that's like doesn't help you at all.
Imagine paying taxes into this system.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the thing is, we're going to be heading into a Venezuela-like hyperinflation situation in the next little bit here. And I think things like Bitcoin or gold or commodities like corn futures or something like that, or oil, like anything like that, is going to be just insanely expensive compared to how much it is right now.
Yes.
And then you look at companies like BlackRock, which used to be a private contractor group, which eventually got enough money to where they're now a investment group, right? And they go around like spending money on things and doing stuff. They've been buying up houses 50% above asking price, left and right, all over the nation, like as many as they can buy.
Yes, I also am very familiar with this story, but BlackRock owns less than 20,000 single-family residences right now across the entire country. So they are doing that, and they are probably a channel from the Fed and the unlimited burr being used to buy houses, but they still own just a tiny fraction of the houses in even a small city.
And Ben Shapiro is okay with them doing it. I think he been getting backlash over that.
Well, my problem with it is, for like someone who doesn't own a house who would like to, right? What they're doing when they're doing that is pricing people like me out of the market who might be able to scrape together enough in the near future to maybe put a home loan down on a single family home or like a condo or something, who in a couple of months or in a year or two, that number is going to be so high, putting like 20% down on the house is going to be almost an unobtainable amount of money, you know?
Okay, counterpoint. If you're selling a property, don't you want to get the highest price for it? What do you care if some kid who's never bought a house writes you a letter that says, oh, I have, dogs and I want to make this into a marijuana grow room and all this great plans. But BlackRock comes along and gives you 200,000 more. What obligation do you have to Joe homeowner?
Zero whatsoever. And you're absolutely right. And I'm Mr. Free Market, right? Like I believe in free market economics and its ability to solve problems and things like that. But
it's a great system. We don't have it, unfortunately, in this country, but it is a great system.
But the problem is when companies like BlackRock, which, like as you said, have very close ties to that. Excuse me, I just hit my thingy. Has very close ties to the money printer, like they're right next to the burr, as you said. They have first access to that money. They can spend it before anyone else can at the rate that it's at before inflation hits, and get resources that in a free market they wouldn't be able to get. In a true free market, we're in crony capitalism is what we live under, right?
Mhm.
So
Yes, I understand what you feel. I'm old enough to have gone bankrupt and bust in the last real estate crash, which was 2008. I think I had 17 rental properties. I was millions of dollars in debt. I had very low equity in all of them. And the market turned and I couldn't sell them or short sale them or anything. And I was like, holy fuck, this is all going to crash. And I went bankrupt. And I went to the court owing millions and millions of dollars. And I just gave them a middle finger and I said, now you deal with all these shithole houses.
I don't know, man.
And
I'm working on it. I'm trying to figure out a way.
I just realized I know who this is. And is this your friend, Honda?
Yeah.
Okay. Like, I didn't get that's who we're talking to.
You just thought it was another random person that I invite onto the chats.
Yeah, I just thought it was some rando from the chat. Like, man, he talks. He knows a lot of shit. It took me a minute to remember his voice.
real estate is good, but it runs in cycles just like everything else.
I just don't like that, like, at the end of the day, someone on high is orchestrating some sort of thing to funnel money from the Fed into some company to buy houses to up the price of the market. I think
That's BlackRock.
That's like fundamentally a not free market thing. Right?
Yes, but you guys, you can't do it. The real estate market just in LA alone is fucking hundreds of trillions of dollars. No matter how much you print, you could never make a dent in the national real estate market of the United States of America.
Yeah, well, it's not like how bad the crime is; it's that it's happening. Like one murder is bad.
And a million is a statistic.
Yeah.
And here's Kat Von D again.
Well, the thing is, what was the reported inflation rate last month alone? 5%. The month before that, 4.4%. So in the last 2 months, we've had almost 10% inflation of our money, right?
Yes.
In a normal year, it's usually like 1.1 or 1.4% in 12 months. Meaning when it's 5% in 1 month, it's 50 times higher than it normally is, approximately.
Yes.
Nice.
Man, that's why I've been seeing like even food and some guns at like normal prices from like 2 years ago, and I'm like, well, fuck, I'm gonna buy that.
Lumber, dude, I buy a lot of wood, and wood is 80% more than it was at the beginning of the scamdemic.
Assuming that you want to really go off grid or whatever, don't buy lumber. Like your land has trees on it, buy a sawmill. It's a thought.
I mean, because it's just that easy to make a sawmill.
No, you just buy one. They're like $2 or $3 grand.
Dude, it's not that easy. I would love to.
Okay.
I've seen ways that you can do it, but it's not like it's not ideal, and it's not like something that you could, like do in a city. You know what I mean? For sure.
Well, let me look this up. Like, I'll find what I'm talking about.
Like, there's a way to like rig up like metal rails, and you use a chainsaw, and you turn a chainsaw into a sawmill, and you can make boards and 2x4s and whatever else you need.
So,
but it's not easy. It's not cheap. It's time consuming, and you need the wood in the first place to do it.
There's a saying in India: it is very easy to buy an elephant. It is very difficult to own an elephant.
There
But
you go.
it's very tasty to eat the elephant.
$2 grand. If you want to share this, you could use this in a backyard. Like, you have to set it up. I'd put it in a garage, not a backyard.
Great, $2,500.
Like,
And you want to go out and fell trees in the forest yourself?
And then drag them over to the machine. And
This goes back to my earlier concern about getting injured out there alone. Because if you want to do stuff like this, God bless you. I respect it, but
you're not.
I have to be realistic with my limitations at this point.
Okay, well, we're probably very different people, first off, but I wouldn't be alone, A, and B, like, I've been in and around, like, tree work my whole life. Like, I was out there with a chainsaw with my grandfather when I was, like, 7 years old. So
I don't doubt your ability to do it. I just don't want you to be caught in a dangerous situation with power tools and shit. God knows I've cut my own fucking fingers off and stuff just trying to drill gun parts.
Oh, yeah.
And have to drive 60 miles to the emergency room.
Well, again, like, I've sanded off, like, that corner of my thumb before, and I've, like, hit my hand with a bandsaw or whatever. You just bandage it up and go on. You don't go to the emergency room.
I doubt your abilities.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
I'm really not that great at woodwork.
I'm telling you that I'm in a lot better shape than I was a couple months ago. And I wouldn't want to fucking cut down trees for a living, drag them around.
Honda used to bench press 400 pounds. I verify this.
That is true.
And squat how much? Like 495? Absolutely unbelievable.
Okay.
Much respect.
Savage dropped in $5. So you guys are making this sound more difficult than it needs to be. It's not that hard to fell a tree, nor that hard to mill lumber. Ray and Savage would.
Yeah, like.
All right, then. Hey, sell me some lumber, man. I need it. I'll pay you a good price.
I have to go buy a sawmill first. I got a table saw. But... Yeah.
But again, like, okay, going back to free market economics, right? You've got wood because of production and supply and demand and yada, yada, yada. The price of milled wood is very expensive. You're going to have savvy entrepreneurs who are like, oh, $2,600 and I can get this thing together and start milling wood in my backyard and sell it for a profit. They're going to start doing that, and it's going to bring the price down eventually, and it's going to come back to like a point where it's like, well, why would I go through all the process and having a mill doing all this shit because it's not really that expensive anymore.
It's not just entrepreneurs or whatever. It's anyone who does the math on, oh, wow, well, I have, 10 guys and X amount of money. I could buy a sawmill and cut down my own trees and use that for lumber rather than fucking, buy 2x4s. And that's more what I'm thinking, rather than it just being one person out there alone, is that you have a small group or whatever and that you go together to buy one.
Well, what I'm saying, though, is the price of wood is expensive right now. People will figure it out and it will be cheaper. That's the way the market works.
That's the other thing, is I'm saying buy the land and, put a berm and some concrete out there, not, build all this right now. If it goes to pot, then you don't build any more. You have a place to go camping and shoot. And maybe you could sell it and, recoup your money. It's always going to be something. And there's
what if I spent the same amount on Bitcoin instead, And it goes from 30,000 or whatever it's at right now, 35,000 to 100,000 or 1 million, like some people say it's going to.
Yeah. Well, if your goal is to make money buying land that is useless, probably isn't a good way to go.
Well, God damn it, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I could spend the 9,000 and have 5 acres, or I could spend the 9,000 and buy Bitcoin and then wait for a while, and then with that same amount of money, be able to buy 100 acres,
Yeah, well, that's a legit thing.
Or you could lose it all.
Yeah.
Or I could lose it all.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is buy the 5 acres and then spend a little bit of money on Bitcoin. If you can do both, and then you always have that 5 acres to do whatever with. You could live in a fucking tent there or whatever if you really wanted to or had to. It would suck.
You just start growing weed up in Park County.
I mean, if the world fucking collapses to the point that you can't get a job doing anything else, growing weed in a plant until you can figure other shit out is something, at least, I guess. I don't know. That's kind of where my thought is on it. It's like a backup plan. It's like a reserve parachute. It's not meant to be good.
I still don't like it. But carry on.
No,
I was going to say,
it's just a thought. I'm not saying like this is the plan. I'm just saying like this is something that I could possibly put together. That's all.
Honda, I think you and I both would love and use having 5 or 10 acres out there to shoot on and camp on. Right? Like, we're that kind of people. Maybe not everyone is. Like,
well, the problem is, though, it's 2 hours away, which isn't that bad, but that's like 2 hours of driving to get there, and then whatever I'm going to do while I'm there, and then 2 hours to drive to get back. So anytime that I go there any day to do anything, it's an entire fucking day. Versus
now you're thinking like a real person. Well, carry on. And what about when it snows? And what about when, you know, your wife is bitchy?
And then like, well, God damn it, when I fucking start making a point and you interrupt me in the middle of it every fucking time, it gets annoying. Jesus.
When you're making a point that I already have a fucking counter to, yeah.
Well, if you'd let me make the point, maybe your counter wouldn't fucking matter.
Fine. Go on.
God damn
Someone
it.
needs to turn his speaker down.
I don't even remember what my point was now.
Me either.
Savage says another benefit to what Ray is saying is if you do your own lumber is having control over dimensions, since a lot of dimensions we use are descriptors aren't really accurate anymore as descriptors.
That's true. A 2x4 is 1.5 by 3.5, I think.
Anyway, what I was saying is, can you not find land closer to where you are?
No, because he lives in a city.
Not for that price, no.
So, like, I live in a city too, and there's land 30 minutes away, like I'm talking about. So again, might be just different.
Not for that price.
You live in a C-class city. In a A-class city that makes a lot of money, land is very expensive, and there are a lot of people. This is not a diss. This is just the nature of the market.
You're talking to someone who would never live in an A-class city. So, I don't know. Different world.
The land that's closer, like if I wanted to buy 5 acres of land that was like 15 or 20 minutes from where I live,
yeah,
it would be like $150,000.
That sucks.
You can't buy land anywhere like that in the 303. And if you can, it's zoned commercial or like apartments or something. There's no empty land anywhere in that area.
There are a few pieces of land that you could build a house on, but they're goddamn expensive. And most of them are just like lots, right? Like a quarter acre or a 1 acre lot, you know? To actually get 5 consecutive acres, like a square 5 acre land plot, you're right, is almost impossible.
You have to go like past Kiowa or like way up to 76. Like it's all that's all built up. It's the same thing in my neighborhood. Every big city that actually has money and jobs and things going on that you want to live in is really expensive. It's the same everywhere.
It is getting to a point in the future, though, where more and more jobs are going to be online. And it won't matter where it is that you're doing your job so long as you have internet access. In which case,
yes, so the white people are going to leave and go back to the suburbs. So all this gentrification is going to get undone.
The inner cities are going to get bad is what's going to happen.
It's going to go back to Section 8.
It's going to be the 1980s. Like
I have a lot of friends that developed apartment buildings selling to hipsters for $3,000 for a 1-bedroom. Ooh, that market's gonna dry up, son.
It kind of makes me worried for like the housing market in your area, though, too. You know what I mean?
No, it's $1,100 a square foot now, because I'm the suburbs by my standards.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
The suburbs are doing great in every city that I keep track of. Everybody's leaving their hipster loft.
The price on 1-bedroom apartments in Denver went from $1,200 to $1,400 a month to like $900 to $1,300 a month.
Nice.
Yeah, like it went down quite a bit, and I think it has.
Now's the time to buy. Now's the time to buy these city properties that are distressed because, you know, like we said earlier, real estate moves in a cycle like everything else.
I don't think that there's anything for sale for like. There's not a single family home in the Denver metro area for less than $325,000.
Yeah, it's true. Denver's crazy. The entire Front Range between Fort Collins and Castle Rock is crazy.
Like literally, you can't find a fucking trailer home on its own piece of land for less than $300,000.
And here's Captain Oklahoma showing us the $20,000 parcels, 10 acres.
This is like the shit I was talking about.
Show me something close to a city or close to a highway that can go to a city.
Yeah, I'll have to go with the map.
And close to a hospital because I'm old and I'm going to get hurt
So, like,
with an accidental discharge into my nuts.
Tulsa has an international airport and several major hospitals, like we're like a heart trauma center or something like that.
I don't need Tulsa. Maybe something like Norman or something. Not as big as Tulsa.
If I could control the damn map, it would help. I fucking hate this goddamn thing.
Oklahoma.
So,
An
like
Okie from Muskogee.
out east of town in this area is like super fucking cheap people. And like there's highways and power and shit because they thought they were going to develop out here, but nothing ever went this way.
Can I buy a parcel on that lake and we can go jet skiing on my boat?
Yeah.
And we can get bitches in bikinis?
50K. Just 0.35 acres if it's on the lake. The lake property is going to cost more.
Yeah, but you know what? This is what I learned. Your life, enjoying your life is worth all of the money. Don't be cheap. Because you might get hit by a bus tomorrow. And then what's the point in saving $200 to drive a car that you hate?
If you enjoy your life by doing the things that make that money, then that's great. But if you don't enjoy that and you're happy just not having the fucking money and you're happy with your little fucking plot of land, then that's happiness to you. Like, whatever you want it to be.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, one thing I was thinking is, like, how comfortable I am in this one-bedroom apartment. It's small, you know, but it's my space. I don't have to share it with anybody. I don't have to mow any lawns. I don't have to cut down trees. I don't have to worry about roofs or siding or, you know, like building a house or doing anything. I pay an amount of money that takes me basically 3 days to make for an entire month, you know.
That's pretty nice.
And,
so you can save, you can stack money.
right,
You can invest.
right.
That's what it's all about. It's awfully flat in Oklahoma. Do you have anything with a view?
Yeah, but it's gonna cost more money.
That's okay.
We go to the land watch. See, the thing is too, like if you had just a little bit more money, like you spend a couple $100,000 and you have land that in Colorado or fucking California would cost millions and millions of fucking dollars. but it's $200,000, and you can have a fucking giant fucking house with, I don't know, 600 acres or something like that. Something crazy.
I'm familiar with the economics. Here's what I found out owning property in 4 different states, California and 3 cheap ones. The cost of construction is actually higher. In the states I was trafficking, which is Nevada, Arizona, and Indiana, I paid more for construction than I did in California. For everything, for soft and hard costs, for every level of construction, because there wasn't any Mexicans, and you have to transport all of the items from the port, basically. So they had all of my toilets, bathtubs, and sinks and tiles had to get driven from LA to Indianapolis and fucking Reno and fucking Tempe and what all the shit I had in Arizona. So the only discount you get by going to these cheap places is the land.
Yeah, but again, you're talking to someone that's like not planning on buying all of that shit. So there's that. And then there's the fact that like I don't want to live in LA. So the cost of not living in LA, of not having free Mexican labor and fucking
wait a minute. You can't just have a house without buying a toilet.
Yeah, but like
you can't have a house without having tile and a shower.
You can't have a house less than $150 a square foot anywhere. Nowhere.
Again, like we're talking about like somewhere between camping and a mobile home, not a house. So it's not like a permanent thing, Reserve parachute.
I approve the plan. I just want you to budget appropriately because everything costs more than you think it's going to cost.
Well,
and I want your vision to succeed.
What I'm just saying is like buy a cheap piece of land and go shooting on it for now, because like that's a low cost of initial shit, and like do what you can when you can, and like in the meantime you get to go camping on it and whatever, and like when you go out like in a national park or whatever, you can't just cut down trees and shit and do whatever you want. You can't build a fucking cabin out there if you want. Like you can do that when you buy your own piece of land.
So here's
500. I'll take it.
Here's the land that I was looking at. I'll pull it up. Why not?
I don't know. We had better luck before. Matt looked at land before, not me.
So 5.1 acres in Park County. This is 2 hours from where I live right now. You got plenty of views. There's no trees on it, unfortunately, but you got nice rolling hills. You already got like backstops for, you wouldn't have to do much to make that into a berm you could shoot into. You could put whatever fucking you want right here, You can hunt. That would be a huge freaking thing, is hunting on your land.
Yeah, that's nice.
It depends on the amount of wildlife and whatever area you choose, David.
But then look at this road. Like, that's a huge problem.
Anywhere you buy out in the country, like I see rabbits and shit in my yard. So even though like I'd be buying relatively close to the city, I bet there's like more than you would think. I don't know. Also, I want to dig a pond whenever you do the berm, so that way you can go too.
That's just
I'll
funny.
just say this about the whole thing. With the way everything's going, having land right now as a fallback is a great idea. That's all it needs to be said about it.
That's all I'm saying is like you have this and like have enough money squirreled away to like at least buy some basic shit that you might need out there, and not money. Like I'm thinking gold or fucking Bitcoin or something. And like if Bitcoin goes through the roof with inflation, then yay, then you can go to the yacht jet.
But I mean, you're not terribly far from Denver. I mean, you're just west of Colorado Springs here.
See, that's like what I was talking about. Like, there has to be something in that nothingness out there in fucking Colorado, right?
But yeah, I mean, that's the cheapest one. There's land like way down here. Like, if you want to live in basically New Mexico, like Alamosa,
Yeah.
that's $1,000 an acre. But that's like 6 hours from my house, not 2 hours from my house. And rather than being like gentle rolling hills, it's shit fucking nasty desert.
Not to point out the obvious in the room, but like if you're in an area that's super expensive to live in, and like you're, fixed income or low income or shit's about to get bad, whatever, you're gonna have to move out of the expensive area. Like that's obvious, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So not you in particular, Honda, because like your situation's what it is or whatever. But like anyone listening to us, like if you're living in LA or fucking Denver or something, like if you have some amount of cash or gold or Bitcoin or whatever the fuck it is, like you'd be better off in other places. That's all I'm saying.
Well, the problem is
to build houses like what he's talking about.
The problem is though, like, okay, you're living right here, right? You work right here. You make X amount of dollars that covers for living right here. You have extra money. Great. You live out here. Where are you going to work? The answer is probably not a very good job, probably making very little bit of money. And while you don't have a lot of overhead to cover, at the end of the month, you actually have less extra money than you would.
Okay. I'm just saying that there's somewhere in between middle of nowhere mountains, Rockies, Colorado, and Denver. I don't know if there's nothing there in Colorado like that, but like a C-class city like what he was talking about.
Well, okay, let's look at actual houses, right?
Yeah.
I want to buy a house in Colorado.
Who is echoing right now?
I don't know.
The second one from the top. There you go.
I don't know. Like my plan is pretty much contingent on the fact that like there's cheap land within driving distance of a city for me.
Okay, 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, 551 square foot condo for sale. $240,000.
Fuck condos. Don't stay away from condos.
Okay, we want a townhouse, right? 3 bedroom,
No.
2 bathroom townhouse. $275,000. Okay, you want a house? Okay, here's a house. 4 bedroom, 2 bathroom, 1,600 square foot house. $400,000. They're not cheap. 550, 725, 475, 550, 800, 700, 800, 700, 400, 400, 400, 500, 400. Like they're all fucking goddamn fucking expensive as shit. Okay, here you go. This is probably the cheapest house you can find. $300,000 4 bedroom, 4 bathroom house. But what's wrong with it? There's got to be something for that price. For $300,000. Oh, they got 2 pictures. Yeah. I don't know. Something like this, though, I wish that I could get it together and fucking make that happen. Honestly, I do. Even if it was a shitty house, even if like the pipes were fucked up and the roof needed work and like the basement was ripped up and whatever it was, you know. Sucks. Gary Jackson dropped in $2 just because he wanted to drop in $2. Thanks, man. Savage says, buy the land, work it piece by piece. If you get sick of doing the work, sell it and let the next guy do the work.
See, that's also my thoughts. I know about fucking 500 people I could sell this to if I decide to give up on it. And anything that I buy or put money into the land is value added. Maybe I don't get my money back exactly, but I'm having fun. And again, that's like worst case scenario.
And part of me says that that's not a bad idea either, though, because like worst case scenario, like you spend the money, like the $9,000, which is a lot, honestly, for me. That's not a small amount of money. and then like shit happens and you want to sell it, but then how quick can you sell a 5-acre piece of land in the middle of nowhere?
So
As long as it was on the market when you bought it,
Right.
which will be like years.
again, like where you are, you're correct. But like for me in my situation, this is like prepper survivalist heaven. And like if you took a small piece of land and put a shooting range and a stocked fish pond on it, man, that land just increased in value a lot, which is going to up your property taxes, but only like from like $200 to like $400 or something like that. Like it's
Where you said where you at now?
Yeah.
Okay.
So like around Tulsa or Oklahoma City or someplace like that, or even down in Texas, it's probably the same way. Like not everyone, but a lot of people like to shoot and fish and camp and all that. And like, I don't know. I don't think that's a waste of money.
Back alley prostate exam says, "Wow, I can buy 280 acres with a 2,000 square foot log home at a 40 by 100 pole barn for $700,000."
Yep.
That sounds pretty dope. Where?
That's probably in Texas or Oklahoma. Maybe one of those big western states. But any of these, like the states that look fucking huge because they are huge, if you're willing to live in the middle of nowhere and you can work remote, assuming Starlink happens, if Starlink doesn't happen, then you're kind of fucked because like I'm also kind of banking on that for internet.
Send a link to that 280-acre house. I want to look at that. That sounds cool.
It does sound cool. That and the other thing is a pole barn, like you said. Around here to get one of those thrown up is like $10,000. That's also just value added because you can use it for all sorts of shit. It's like a shed basically for equipment or like a garage. Or I would do that pretty quick too because that way you have someplace to like somewhat store stuff out there.
I wonder if there's any like big plots of land in California that are pretty cheap.
Dude, there's empty lots in Malibu for $80,000 that you can get that look at the beach.
Yeah, that's probably true. Well, especially
The land is the cheap part. Building it is what's going to kill you.
Well, the thing is, if you buy in Malibu, now you're dealing with homeowners associations. You're dealing with fucking asshole neighbors. You're dealing with lots of other shit. Like you don't have to deal with that in fucking middle of nowhere next to Tulsa. That's all I'm saying. So, like, I think you kind of killed my yurt idea. The more I think about it, like with our storms, that sucks. But like log cabin, something like that, maybe. I don't know.
Look at empty land in Malibu.
Oh shit.
And the thing is,
And I want to price by the cheapest first, guys. I think we can put together $40,000 and buy a piece of land in Malibu that we can go to the beach and we can fucking do all of this stuff, but it's in Malibu.
I say
Wait a second. Hold on.
I say we do that.
$5,100 in Bridgeport, California, for 41.32 acres.
Nah, that's California is a lot of desert. The Mojave Desert is basically all of SoCal. You don't want to fuck with a lot of the desert.
Oh yeah, you're basically in Nevada.
If you go out in like Arizona or someplace like that, you can do this.
Oh yeah, I see a bunch of
it's
brown.
just no water.
No, bro, look up Malibu, dude.
Look up,
guys.
Malibu.
I'm telling you, we're gonna get our piece of land in Malibu, and it's gonna be way cheaper than anybody expects.
I think you buy that piece.
And I own at least 4 surfboards. I think I have 5 surfboards. So you guys are all covered.
I got the plan. We do that thing in Malibu, but instead of like building some sort of like way to live in the woods or whatever, you like build the shanty version of the house from Fight Club, and like we'll just like have people showing up with like $200 in personal burial money and some black clothes, and like standing on the porch for 3 days, and like the neighbors will hate us.
Okay, so we've got 0.16 acres in Malibu for $72,000. This is the cheapest one.
That's a start.
Like
that's going to cost you. That's going to cost you $600,000 for the driveway and the retaining wall.
Yeah, to flatten that out is going to cost more. Oh, man.
Hey, but you already got the water right there. Look.
You could build a house on stilts, but I don't know how wise that is in California.
So you've got your land, and then you got an open space behind you too.
But zoom out. How far is PCH? How far is the ocean? Oh man, look at that. That's fucking nice, dude.
Yeah, looks like a couple.
That
Pretty
is
away.
really, that's a great location. If we built a 4-bedroom house there, 2,500 square feet, it would sell for
Million.
5 to 8 million.
So you buy this plot of land, you spend a couple $100,000 fixing up the land, a couple $100,000 on the house.
No. Stop. This is Malibu. So someone else was right on the money. The neighbors are gonna sue you. And it's gonna take you 3-4 years in court unless you go buy them off and suck their dick and whatever. But assuming you can get all your clearances, it's not even about the money. It's about the politics. It's about getting the city to approve it. Once you can do that, then you have the license to print money. Because construction costs are maybe $300 a square foot, plus the infill, we have to dig a little bit.
So,
But it's not going to cost us much money.
in my plan,
You check this one out.
every person that's showing up is a potential slave for construction, and they bring $200. So once we build our cult around us, and we have these people coming to us, then we'll just put them out there with shovels.
You got 980 acres for $490,000 in New York, Krogan.
New York is cold.
Right in the middle of New York. Oh, that's not New York. I thought that was New York.
That is New York. That is
Well,
New York. That's
I
like by
thought-
Buffalo. That's
I
where
was
it's
like-
cold as fuck.
I thought the little piece of land was New York. Sorry.
Buffalo is over by that lake there. To the left a little bit.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Upstate New York is a thing.
That's a lot of fucking
The
acres, dude.
idea of-
980? Jesus.
Sorry.
What's up?
I was asking, are you objecting to the idea of a tiger sex cult where we use people to shovel in Malibu?
Whoa, here's
I am a man that
Whoa.
appreciates anything that works. If it's effective, then God bless it.
I'm just saying, like, we're gonna have problems with the court no matter what. Like, if we have live tigers there, like, fuck, man. At least they'll be.
No, you don't understand how business gets done. You don't burden yourself with a system.
Yeah. Well, you just pretend they don't exist, and when they show up, you just keep pretending they don't exist.
Whoa,
And
check this out.
Cops, but that's a whole other story.
5.5 acres, 120,000. So it's more expensive by like 50,000 than the last one, but you get like 10 times the land.
So, how long do you think it would take them to get us out of their
Wow.
force with the court?
Zoom in on that one. Does it have a street?
Is it flat?
No. Anything in the hills is not flat. And remember, it's not about the money. It's about the politics in Malibu first. We have to make people like us.
Well, if
That's
we-
going to be hard.
Well, yeah.
Not for people in here. Everybody here is a winner.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I figure they're going to hate us. So, how long will it take them to get a court injunction and make us move?
3 years.
Okay, so that's more than long enough for what I'm talking about. We just move in there and fucking do our fucking tiger cult thing to get the fucking thing flattened, right? And like build some shit with the thing, like, right? And like material wise, like I'm sure you said everything's cheaper in LA. And now we have labor and a place to do it. And then we just like build everything there and like eventually they'll get us out of there. But by then, like this tiger cult will have run its path. Like we'll have burned down a building or two probably by then. So
No, guys, tiger lives matter.
we'll be on the run from Carol Baskin.
We make it a political thing.
Okay, here's that piece of land.
Dude, if we did make it like they hate the gay tiger loving community.
Zoom out. Is this Malibu or New York?
Malibu.
What if we say we build in a church?
That's
This
what
is
I'm
your
Look at the
tiger-
road. Find me the nearest road. Go to the right, and what's the name of that road? Is it Decker Canyon or is it Cannon Road?
Newton Mountain Way.
hence calling it a cult. You know, like you build a church there. Obviously, you make it.
Okay, but there is a street there.
Yeah.
Is that a road right in front of our parcel, or is it a dirt road? Because there's a lot of dirt roads that are not going to cut it.
It's
It
called
says
Backbone Trail.
That's not going to cut it, man.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to build a road all the way to that fucking road, dude, and that's gonna cost millions of dollars, literally.
You do it by hand with tiger labor.
Latigo.
Like a lot of your servants are gonna die, like laying dynamite in the mountainside.
Well, you know, Thulsa Doom. You know, what is power?
Oh, we can hire more Chinese.
Not far away.
Hire more tiger people.
Like, how far are we talking here?
Dude, no, but you don't understand. Look at that grade.
Yeah, like that's gonna be millions of dollars. That's why that land.
It's 1,000 feet. I don't know about $1 million. Like, I'm not saying it would be cheap or easy. I'm just saying, like,
If you were a hippie that could convince people you were cool, buy that land, build some off-grid thing up there, and like ride your dirt bike back and forth, and you're cool doing that. More power.
No,
to
dude,
you.
here's the thing about Malibu. Malibu people pretend that they're hippies and shit, but they are the most conservative.
I know.
Fuck you, get off my lawn, you fucking faggots, that you have ever experienced in your life. They are so hardcore, like conservative, like nothing will ever happen in my backyard.
I don't know if you can say that on YouTube
The
Live.
Big Lebowski when he's like the sheriff of Malibu, real reactionary.
Seriously, dude, like you see a lot of Malibu dudes at the gun range. I'm serious, and they're the most outspoken. Like fuck Gavin Newsom.
Oh, I bet.
maybe I should just take a vacation and go to California again.
I
did
don't want
like
to go
that.
nowhere where I can bring my gun.
Well, the thing is, if you know people who are cool in California, they already have guns.
Yeah, that's true.
That's San Pedro, where the Korean friendship bell is. Zoom in. Go straight on that point. The Korean friendship bell is beautiful. Right there, that blue one. You see that blue one? Left.
thing?
Go left. Left. Up.
Point Furman.
Up. Right there.
Oh, this thing.
Remember?
Oh yeah.
It's beautiful, and it has a great view. I love it. I love Palos Verdes. And right up the road is Trump's course.
Yeah, I was gonna say, where's Trump's golf course? It's right here.
Trump's course is right. Go up on the PCH right there. That's it.
Yep.
That's Trump's course.
Yeah, we had a beer there, didn't we?
We have the best beers, people. Let me tell you, our beers are more fizzy than anyone's beers.
Oh yeah, there's that the
fountain.
the fountain of the angels peeing and stuff.
You want to talk about good real estate deals? Does anyone know the story of Trump buying this golf course?
I know the story of him buying the thing in New York. I don't know the story of the golf
No,
course.
Trump. Anybody that doubts Trump is a great real estate guy is wrong. Trump is such a good real estate guy. This golf course in the early 90s was at the time the most expensive golf course to build in the world. It was like $300 million that these guys had spent to build this golf course because it's on these cliffs, right? Anyway, fucking one of the holes, this one down here, falls into the ocean, and they, for some reason, the owners can't afford. No, it's on the bottom side.
Over here.
Yeah, that one. The owners can't fix it, and whatever reason, they go into bankruptcy. So Trump buys this golf course for like $3 million. Remember, they spent $300 million building it, and he makes that hole just what he did. We don't know how much he spent on it, but the rest is history. That's a good deal.
I wonder what Trump's doing right now. Is he pissed off about the things that happened, or is he just like fuck it and smoking a cigar and like drinking some scotch right now?
I don't know, man.
X Adam 1 says, lower his mic. He's annoying the fuck out of us. I cuss, but Google is stopping me. I don't know, maybe try to mute yourself in between talking or something. You're on a phone though; it's tough. Do you have headphones?
No, I don't have technology.
Damn it!
I'm poor.
Guess we'll just have to deal with it.
Damn those rotary phones.
And we saw the anti-Trump protesters right here. Remember? When
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
The social justice warriors. They were really going to change some minds.
What did you yell at them? Like,
get a job.
Yeah, like get a job, commie.
I literally said that. Get a job, hippie.
No, you called him a commie.
Like, I am a hippie, but I'm the hippie that wants all the other hippies to crown him king. So, I don't know. Of the hippies,
I'm a hippie too.
Guys, be hippies are great.
Being a hippie used to be about being against the establishment and about thinking for yourself.
Yeah.
And now it's the exact opposite.
Well, like, you don't have to be a lefty libtard hippie. Like, all the preppers are just hippies with guns.
Can you buy any land on, like, these islands?
No.
Was it all, like, national forest land or something, BLM owned?
Yeah.
That sucks.
There's infinite land available in California in the desert around Palm Springs and around, like, Victorville for as cheap as anywhere you would get it. But it's in the desert. It's like 120 degrees.
Can you go camping there?
Yeah, it's great to go camping and like trip mushrooms and shoot some guns for a day or two, but it's just hot. And what are you going to do?
Film a reality show.
I wish that it's like the government owns so much fucking land, right? And like parts of it I agree with, right? Like Yellowstone National Park, or I don't know, like you can think of examples of land that probably shouldn't be for sale to people because it's probably going to be a corporation that comes in and buys a whole bunch of it and starts doing fucked up shit on land. I get that. But there's also a whole shit ton of land that's just like mountains and forest and nothing, and desert and like lakes and whatever that no one owns, that no one can own, that the government just holds on to. And they use it as like leverage, right? So when they're negotiating with China to be like, hey, we want another loan from you. And then China says to America, like, sure, we'll give you the money, but in case you don't pay it back, we want to have this, this, and that if you don't. So they've got like land rights on a whole bunch of the, and supposedly that's why BLM was kicking people off of land. That's what led to the whole Bundy Ranch situation, was them enforcing laws that they hadn't previously enforced because they needed to get people off of the land in case they needed to turn it over for mining rights or whatever to China or another country.
What?
Yeah.
I was going to say, technically
Really?
speaking, with the Bundy Ranch standoff, it was that fucker Harry Reid who was trying to sell it to Chinese wind farm investors.
Really?
Right. So they started cracking down on people like the Bundys who were using that land and like, oh, they didn't renew it exactly right or whatever it was that they did. Now let's go after them, versus in years past, like no one gave a fuck.
What year was that?
12? 13?
Yeah, 2012,
Wow.
2013, and then 2014 was the thing up in Oregon.
That disaster.
Boy.
And then with this whole great economic reset thing going on, right, which they've been talking about,
You will eat the bugs.
They've had a plan for this for a long time, right? Because mathematically, the system cannot go on forever. Fractional reserve banking and the banking system that we use and the monetary debt system that we have in this country mathematically will crash eventually. And they've used different methods and means to prop it up and do stuff and whatever they do to keep it going. But eventually it's going to crash. And they would like, I think, to have someone to blame it on at the end of it. Once the car's crashed and it's in the ditch, they can say, well, I got rear-ended. Not, oh, I drove us into the ditch. Right? So they're looking to get rear-ended right now, figuratively speaking.
Yes.
And they're, okay, so you remember Event 201? Do you guys remember this?
I do.
That was the whole pandemic planning session that happened in November of 2019 before anything happened
Oh
in
yeah.
reality. That was
Yeah,
put
I
on by the
remember
Davos group and like Russian oligarchs and all this other shit that happened. And they basically spelled out exactly how the pandemic would go, exactly what the death rates would be, yada yada. They knew everything down to the letter because they may or may not have planned it. Sorry, YouTube. Little cough there. But again, they're not going to want to be the person who gets blamed for the car crash at the end of it. And now they're talking, the same group, the Davos group, is doing I forget what they called it. It's a digital pandemic. So they're talking about a series of cyber attacks that are going to happen on this country that are going to basically take us from like, whoa, shit, the car's like spinning out of control and wrecked to like, hey, we're in the side rail and now the car is totaled. Now we got to get a new car. Now we got to like plan for that shit so that they don't have to be the one holding the bag at the end of it. So that there's plausible deniability as to what actually caused the car crash. So when the insurance company is assessing the damages, they don't know who to charge exactly, right? And we're the insurance company when it comes down to it because all of this debt needs to be paid by somebody, right? And that's the
Stop
American
paying taxes.
I'm just saying, man, like the whole scamdemic started with Event 201. We now have the same group planning a new scamdemic, but it's digital. And we've already seen like attacks that have happened. There's already been attacks on our like infrastructure and oil lines going down and like meat markets not producing and whatever else.
They did the boat in the Suez Canal. That was them.
I thought that was just a female pilot.
You're absolutely correct. But she was found to have links to our boy Klaus Fluoride.
Ah.
But look, they couldn't get the corona to work. Like, not very few people ended up taking the jab, and they're trying to pivot off their most recent failure to their next failure. These guys they're not sending their best. They don't employ good subcontractors. They will never get their projects finished.
It worries me. Like, why are they fucking pushing the jab so hard?
Children of Men. That's your answer.
Explain.
Have you not watched that movie?
Explain what you mean.
I mean, it's literally they're trying to make us into children of men future, where nobody can have children.
Okay, I see. So you're saying that it's like a sterilization program or something.
That's just one factor of it. That's probably the biggest one, I'm guessing.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
It seems to be more insidious than that. A football player in the Euro Cup dropped dead today. Well, I'm not sure if he's dead, but he had just taken the jab. It seems to stick in the blood, particularly in men, which increases stroke and cardiopulmonary type stuff.
So my understanding, or at least part of my understanding, was that what the jab trains your body to do is attack a specific protein strand, the spike protein.
Spike proteins. Yes.
That makes up the crown of the coronavirus that sticks into the cell wall or whatever and injects itself, right? Like that's the thing that they have identified as a unique protein structure that they can then train your body to attack and go after and kill. Now, there's a couple problems with this. The first one is if you already had the virus and then you get the vaccine, you can actually overload your system with these antibodies that can cause all kinds of problems like a stroke and like other things that you were just talking about. But the other problem is that this is a protein structure that occurs naturally inside of your body. Do you know where it occurs naturally inside of your body? Inside of your veins, your uterus if you're a female, and inside of your brain. And then Biden was talking about, oh, in 10 years, our hospitals are going to be overwhelmed with people who have Alzheimer's. Why was he talking about that? Why were they planning for this thing to happen? What was going on with that? And what would be different about 10 years from now with people with Alzheimer's versus today with people with Alzheimer's? Why was that even a point of discussion?
Guns.
I don't have the answer, but I think that maybe it has something to do with the level of vaccination that's happening and potential side effects that are going to be fully felt in the next 5 to 10 years. Again, I don't know. I'm not.
My thought is, if there is a really high incidence of Alzheimer's or some sort of like late in life mental retardation or something from vaccines or some shit, then they could use that as an excuse to round up a bunch of guns. That's paranoid, and that's the area that I'm like focused on or whatever. But like, they already like have shit on the books about mental incompetence and whatever, right? What happens if you make half the population mentally incompetent?
Implying they're not already?
Yeah.
I was actually looking at this thing. They were showing a owner's manual from a 1950 Ford, right? And in that owner's manual, they had things in there like how to adjust your valves or how to, like, the valve spacing in your engine. So you have to, like, rip apart your engine and do all these things to get to the valves and adjust the valves and do all this stuff and put it back together. And they had complete instructions in there on how to do that. And now the owner manual tells you what the light means when you need to change your oil. Like, and then we think that we're getting smarter.
Look at all the old stories, just regular books, Shakespeare, Frankenstein, all just from the 1800s, from the 1900s. There's so much more intellectual.
Well, there's levels to these stories too, right? They're very deep stories that have multiple meanings that happen like simultaneously, right?
Our writing is like a nation state has gone from very, very poor all the way up to a high somewhere like around probably World War II or like really like 1890 to like 1960 or something like that. That's where the hill peaked, and now it's going back down. That's probably not a good sign. Like the level
It's not
of
a good sign.
Like intricate nature of the stories and shit like that, you don't see as much of that. Like just people's everyday writing has degraded to a point where like you can't read a text message without knowing a lot of slang and like short hyphen things, LOL and whatever. Like,
so Stephen Vensko II, and again, before I read this, I do want to say this is something that I heard. I'm not a scientist. I don't know, and I'm not trying to spread disinformation. So if I'm wrong, I'm sorry. He says, if the coronavirus protein occurred naturally in your body, then your body would have central tolerance against peptides generated by the spike protein that wouldn't have any immune response. I don't know what that means.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
That means that you shouldn't take the vaccine if you've already had coronavirus because the shit that it's making is just going to build up in your body instead of being treated like it's supposed to be treated, I believe. I understood that, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's the line of thinking.
And then I'm guessing they're thinking it builds up in the brain, maybe?
I'm going to take an unpopular opinion here and buy life insurance policies against people that have taken the jab.
Yeah, it's probably not
If anyone wants to deal my deal, I'll give you $2,000 cash.
I do know that if you were somehow able to put bets every time the mainstream media made a claim as to whether that claim was true or not, and in the past year and a half, every time you saw something on CNN, you bet $5 that they were lying.
You'd be
the opposite.
Shit.
You would have a lot of money.
Yes, this is true.
And I was also thinking, like, what is the modern mainstream media today? What is it if it's not the mouthpiece of the oligarchs who are in power in this country to get people who are under their thumb to do the things that they want them to do.
Correct. It has been propaganda our whole lives. But I just realized this recently, as probably some of us have here.
I realized it, honestly, it was after 9/11. It was when 9/11
Yes,
happened.
9/11 was awfully fishy.
9/11 happened. Like, if you guys remember watching the events of 9/11 on that day, and there were reporters in New York City, and they were like reporting live from the street, and their burnings are building the buildings are burning behind them. They haven't fallen yet. Like 7, 1, and 2 are all still standing, and they keep reporting again and again and again explosions. Oh, there's an explosion behind me. Oh, there was an explosion we just heard. Another explosion just rocked the building. And then the buildings came down and everyone freaked out. And then everyone went to sleep and woke up the next day and turned on the news. And they never mentioned those explosions again. I don't know if anyone else noticed that.
It was Mossad.
Very possibly.
The thing I think is weird are the pools of molten metal or whatever that were observed. Like, what was that about? Not saying that was
Jet
something
fuel
or not.
does not melt steel beams.
Yeah. Well, was it like molten aluminum or some shit? But that wouldn't look like that because that
No, it
looked
wouldn't.
like molten steel.
Molten aluminum looks silver. Molten steel glows.
Yeah. It looked like that, like red, yellow, molten steel, like you would see in like the end of Terminator 2. You know, the fucking foundry.
Stephen Bensko II wants a link, and I will send him one as soon as he jumps on the Discord and sends me a message. I will send you a message back with a link to the chat. If you want to join, man, do that. The link for the Discord is in the description below. And that's always out there. Like, if I'm saying something that you're just like, God fucking damn it, Honda, you're a retard, and here's why. Like, I don't mind being told why I'm, like, every time I'm wrong about something and I, like, learn why I'm wrong about it, I'm actually smarter, and I'm happy about that, so, believe it or not.
This is the way of the warrior.
This is the way. When does fucking, Mandalorian come out with a new season?
It's probably not until usually come out around what, November, something like that. October, November.
Honda, you could build an Earth ship on your land.
October 30th.
See?
What can I build on my land?
An Earth ship. Like a dirt house made of pop cans and like glass bottles.
Have you ever seen that Primitive Living channel on YouTube?
Probably not, but I've seen similar stuff.
I think I came across it.
Where it's just like a white guy, and I don't know where he's at.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, it's like primitive living fucking bushcraft stuff, right?
Right, and he just mixes like mud and sand and straw together, and then like puts the mud and straw and sand into these forms that he's built out of wood, and then waits till they set, and then he puts them in a fire, and then he has bricks, and then he uses the bricks to build shit and cuts down trees. And
he's in Papua New Guinea.
Is that where it is?
Yeah,
That's white innovation right there, boys.
I talked to him about blacksmithing stuff on Instagram because he was on there and he posted to start to do that kind of thing, and I was like, well, if you're gonna like do that in the middle of nowhere, like here's shit you might have access to that would be handy or whatever, and was like giving him that sort of stuff because like when I started out, like I had no fucking money for tools, and it was really inventive. I was like telling him shit that might work as an anvil that he might be able to find and shit like that.
Wow.
That's pretty cool.
Papua New Guinea is a land of literal cannibals that cut your head off and like eat it. They're savage in Papua New Guinea.
He's like married to one of them or something.
He married a savage.
Wow, that looks pretty chill, man.
And this is Malibu also. 80,000.
Yeah.
You're a lot closer to a road.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's now starting to sound a little bit more decent.
See, guys, we can do this. It's not crazy.
You can look down on your neighbors. I like that.
Those are the people that are gonna fight you at every single turn. Dr. Goldberg.
Invest in a nice little telescope.
Dude, I was looking. There's this guy that I watch on YouTube who rides motorcycles, and he's from San Bernardino.
San Bernardino's hood.
Yeah, it's hood. But there's like mountains around, like in the hills around San Bernardino.
Yeah.
These like fucking big ass mansion houses, and he was like riding around one day and found one on a hilltop that was like abandoned, that like people would come in and squatted in, and like people had fucking smashed out windows and spray painted up and stuff like that. How much would it be to take a rundown house and fix it up versus building a new one?
See,
I pay $150 a square foot.
I thought about that too. Like you buy here in Tulsa, there's always like these little like $25,000 or $30,000 piece of shit houses from like the 40s, and basically you're buying the land at that point. But like if you got one of those that had good bones to it and went through it and cleaned it up, I wonder how much cost difference there really is, if there is any.
Right, because I mean, like you don't have to. Assuming that the bones are good, like the pipes beneath the house are fine, and you know, like the foundation and the frame itself is fine. Like, yeah, maybe you have to do a new roof and siding and walls and carpet and everything. But
if you get a house with a good foundation, that's probably worth 10, 20 grand, something like that, depending on how big it is. Maybe more in a big city, you know?
Christy says, "Is your work hiring? I don't live too far." Dude, pretty much every restaurant is hiring right now.
The only killer part about building a house like that is you still have to pay for the roof, and the roof is probably the most expensive part.
Dude, I used to do roof. My dad used to have a company when he got out of prison, because that was all he could do, even though he had a PhD and several master's degrees and whatever, was like own a construction company doing roofing. And one of the ways that he used to save money, besides hiring Mexicans to do all the work, was pay me and my older brother $20 a day to come and work our asses off doing roofing for like 8 hours. Oh my God. Dude, that was the fucking worst. Plus, I was working for my dad.
$20 a day?
You guys don't. Well, one person in here knows my dad. He's an asshole. He can be the biggest asshole you've ever fucking met.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah.
So my dad was the same way. He went to jail for something and ended up owning a moving company because he had like retard strength or whatever, and had a friend that was similar, and they put the company together. They bought a van and started it that way. Anyway, I
Good
helped
for
him move a couple of times or some shit, and like fuck that shit. That's like if you've ever moved yourself, it's the exact same experience, except you're like being ordered to haul everything around by the people that are paying.
By Karen.
Yeah, by Karen, basically, yeah. Because she's the one that has the money to pay for you to come be her fucking slave for the day.
No, her boyfriend has the money.
Very true.
The worst part was though, like with your dad, you went and did it a couple of days, and you're like, "Fuck that."
Yeah.
With my dad, it was like, "You're doing this today, or you don't eat dinner," and I'm, like disowning you. You won't have a place to live.
You at least got paid or whatever. I was
$20.
Yeah, it was kind of distinction without a difference, right? I was just along to hang out or whatever, so it was like, just sucked.
I don't know. $20 meant a lot more back then than it does now, but not that much more.
I remember when I was a kid, $20 would buy 2 or 3 times what it does now, roughly, maybe 2.
I was just thinking of that, like $20 back in the day was like having a 50 or 100. Yeah.
Check out
You can buy a dime bag and a 6-pack.
Check out my carry handle scope.
Yeah,
Provide-
I wonder if that's gonna fly. It's a carry handle.
That's all it is. See, look. You just carry it. I don't know. I put the scope on here just to piss the ATF off.
The COVID-15, the most deadly pistol that's still legal on the market.
When are they doing the whole pistol brace thing, supposedly, if that goes through?
I don't know.
Do laws even matter anymore?
Well, I keep talking about that fact, which kind of, you're right. I don't want to say it out loud because, you know.
Again, like in the coming troubles, I'm just saying being away from cities is probably a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I was thinking in my apartment complex, though, you know, the one that I live in is 5 stories high, and it stands like a tower above everything else. Like, I could arm probably 8 or 10 of my neighbors if they were cool. We could all just roof Korean.
My concern is that it's not like some overnight thing where it's like a one-time thing. It's like a ongoing slide into a position where like your answers are to call the police, which is like an authoritarian government that'll arrest you for half a dozen reasons just for calling them. Or you're now dealing with the mafia or something akin to it that's like, you know, the people who can't call the police call. And that's also a losing scenario. And now you're like living in this hellhole, nightmarish scape of a future city, and there never is a chance to rooftop Korean.
It's weird that how true that is, though, about the police for people who can't call the police. That's the mafia.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you're a drug dealer and the drug dealer across the street robs you, you can't call the police. But you can call your buddy Bangino.
Hugo will handle for you for only $300,000, man. A good deal for you. Somewhere like 10 grand an essay.
All Phone says you have 90 days to comment on the ATF pistol brace thing on their website.
It's been a few. I think, I don't know.
Someone post the link to that for me, if you could.
I hope they have a big ticking clock. Come on, ATF, give us a big ticking clock.
Yeah, I think that one just started a couple of days ago. The receiver one has until the 18th or 19th of August.
Like, what problem are they trying to solve with this?
They're just trying to make everybody felons overnight. That's all it is.
All of the fucking, both shootings that have happened that had a pistol brace, maybe. I think it was either 1 or 2 we came up with, right? Seems like a pandemic of them.
But it's like, even if there were 10, right? Like 10 instances in the very recent past of this happening. And then you were like, well, this is a problem. We got to get rid of them.
The real issue is police are now seeing weapons like this being used against them in raids on fucking drug dealers and shit because this shit is out there in the world and like it's not that hard to go to a fucking gun show somewhere and get a fucking AR-15. Not saying there's a gun show loophole or whatever, but like realistically, if Honda or I decided to get into the drug dealing business, we probably would no longer care about some other laws. Maybe you would care. I don't know. It depends on you. But if you were going to have guns with that, like, you have to be a rocket scientist to figure out how to get one. I think that's their issue.
I don't know. I'm just saying, if they already had this law in place, those 10 people who did those 10 shootings would have just used a 16-inch barreled AR-15 that was normal, or something else.
Well, if you took away all the guns, there'd be some fucker out there with a crossbow or some shit trying it.
Mm-hmm.
Or pipe bombs or whatever, you know. That all you do is make them get inventive, which I think is worse, to be honest.
Well, and then if you go back to, I don't remember what year it was. I wasn't alive yet. It was like early 1900s. There was that guy who got mad at the mayor about something and then planted a bomb underneath the elementary school and killed like 100 kids.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's a story that no one wants to talk about because it happened like 100 years ago, first of all. Second of all, it wasn't a gun. Third of all, it is the highest casualty event at a school in the United States history. So you can't talk about it when you're talking about school shootings. Well, there was this one 100 years ago that was 10 times worse than anything that's happened.
So, like, my thing with the explosives and shit is, if they did take away all the guns, that is the logical place people would go. And, like, everybody remembers fucking, what's his name in the cabin, Ted Kaczynski? Like, how bad was he to find? And, like, yeah, that was a lot of years ago, and we got more technology now, but if there were 10,000 of him or whatever instead of one of him, that would be bad. And, like, taking away the guns might end the mass shooting problem or lessen it, probably. Because, like, there's enough guns in the U.S., they're never going to get rid of them all, right? So you're not even going to completely get rid of the problem if you fucking made all guns, like, a 10-year felony to own. I think that would still be there to some extent. So then, also now you've created this problem of people with fucking archery equipment or explosives or whatever it is that they're doing, like, which some of which could be worse. Like bombs would be worse, I would think.
Well, I was watching the Viva Fry, if anyone out there knows who that is. He's a Canadian lawyer, does a podcast with Robert Barnes, and they usually have someone else on with them too, different lawyer, whoever, to talk about things.
Yeah.
They had I guess he's the Canadian gun lawyer, right? Like, he's like the guy who you call if you have a gun problem in Canada, because he's the expert. He's got several cases that are in litigation that are going to the Supreme Court or equivalent of, or whatever it is in Canada, about gun rights in Canada and how things work there. And going through it, it was a crazy podcast because there was like lots of things about Canadian gun law that I had no idea about. One of them being that when you buy a gun in Canada, you don't get a background check when you buy the gun. You get a background check on you that tells the gun shop owner or whatever that you are okay to buy a gun. So when you go in there, you just buy the gun.
Yeah.
So there's a very clear distinction between people who have their guns legally and people who don't. And when they look at gun crime in Canada, it's something like 99% of the gun crime in Canada is committed by people who don't have their license, who got their gun illegally, who whatever, don't care about it, have 4 or 5 charges down the line, along the same lines of gun crime or having a gun or whatever it is. Like, all of the gun crime pretty much is coming from the people who don't care about the law.
So, like, my thing is, and they are still trying to take away their guns. So what does that tell you about the argument in total? Like, they just want you to have no guns, period. And I think the real reason is, like, what Honda said, where, like, he could arm 8 people. Like, there have been points in my life where I could have armed an army of probably 60 or 70 shooters. Like, now extrapolate that to every one of us. Like, somewhere there in between like 8 and like 70 people, maybe on the upper end of things. That's a fucking lot of armed people instantly. If, like, I don't know, if shit was bad enough to where everyone was marching on the Capitol or some shit together, like, who knows what they could be facing. I think that's what they're worried about. Because that's the laws they make seem to restrict that kind of shit.
Well, and then the laws that they have there are set up to basically screw you over if you're a gun owner in several different ways, right? And, like, one of them, there was 2 of them that really pissed me off. One of them was that your gun license, I forget how long it lasts for, let's say 5 years. I don't know what it was, whatever it is. If you don't have your stuff re-registered on time, then the cops show up to your house and charge you as an illegal gun owner. So, like, if you forget or you didn't pay the thing, and it used to be like the way that the law used to work in Canada is you would get your gun license, and then if you needed to buy some guns, you'd go buy some guns. And then if you didn't need to buy any more guns anymore,
Question.
you would just let your license lapse and it wouldn't matter because you didn't need to buy any more guns. That was what the license was for.
Mhm.
But now it's a license to have them. So that's how they get you there.
So it used to be, at least in Canada, that there were unrestricted firearms and restricted firearms. Have they done away with that? And now, like, you just have to have this license to own guns, period?
No, there's still the same deal. But
Okay. It's
But yeah, and then the other part of it was,
Canada are interesting.
let's say that you have a license and you have legal guns in your safe that is legally kept on your property, and they get a tip or whatever it is, they want to come check out your guns. Because it's Canada, because you have a gun license, they can come into your house and check your guns, right? So they come into your house, you're not home, but your wife is. They say to your wife, hey, can you let us into your husband's safe so we can see if the guns are correct that he has in there? And she says, sure. Beep, 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 beep. Unlock, open it up. Oh, guess what? You're under arrest because you don't have the license. He does. You shouldn't have any access to this whatsoever. And then they confiscate all the guns and then put charges on the wife and then say to the husband, okay, we will drop the charges on your wife if you give up your gun rights and you're never allowed to have them again, and we take all your guns, and that's that. So that's another big one. And then the last one, I guess there's three. Like, let's say that you are, again, a Canadian gun owner. You have your license. You go for a renewal. They, as Canadian gun people or whatever, talk to your spouse and your most recent exes. And if any one of them says anything bad about you, they can come after you and take your guns, right? And then the other thing about it is, like, if your wife that you are with, you get separated, right? She then claims something happened, describes a gun that she knows that you own. They come and search your property, find the gun that she described, charged, everything confiscated, 5-year court battle to get them back, if you want to.
This is why you only date ride or die bitches.
It's great if you're an incel.
Altham says the mayor of Nevada,
That doesn't make sense.
just signed a bill banning AR and pistol build kits. The Firearms Policy Coalition is suing the state. Maybe it's the governor.
Yeah, you probably meant governor.
No, I think he meant mayor.
Or the state.
The mayor of Nevada.
I don't know if anybody in here
has
has heard. In the last couple of days, Democrats at the federal level have now tried to push registration legislation through now. For both gun licenses and registration.
Oh, of course.
Yosh says, same deal here in Austria. If she doesn't have a license technically, but no one ever was charged so far if everything else was all right. So technically she shouldn't have been able to open up the safe, but they won't charge her so long as, like, all the guns in the safe are registered and good.
As I understand it in Canada, like, the unrestricted firearms are, like, not completely useless. So, like, if this was our laws, like, you would have an M1 Garand, maybe, a Lee Enfield, some hunting rifles. Because, like, I wouldn't fucking register that shit with them. Like, fuck that.
They're just waiting for that one big mass shooting. That's going to spearhead it all.
I just hope that Canada does two things. Number one, bans SKSs in Canada. And then number two, sells them to us. I'd be okay with that.
What I think is funny is, like, a Shockwave with a stock on it in Canada is unrestricted. Totally an NFA item here, but it's sold like a hammer there. That, and you can still own antiques there. So, like, if you wanted a handgun, you could get, like, a Colt Single Action Army, maybe. Or Webley.
So it was really hot, and I was cleaning my pistol, and then all of a sudden, ah!
Duke, no! Little Duke! Little Duke got injured.
Yeah, apparently one of those pieces of legislation is called the Crime Gun Tracing Modernization Act, but it's nothing more than a registry.
That's fun.
Well, I think that's what they want to do here, right? With the
That's what
universal
that is.
background checks and everything.
That's what I'm talking
else.
about. That's what Congress is doing here in the last couple days.
That's exactly what they want to do with it.
I enjoy playing the game of what battle-ready guns are still available after all their bullshit. Because, like, when they ban a bunch of guns and, like, the M1 Garand is still legal, I'm like, if a mass shooter really wanted to shoot people, he would just buy one of those then. Like, so he has to reload. Like, it doesn't fucking matter.
What's up, Duke and Matt?
Yeah, that was a while.
The fuck?
I'm sorry, I had to bring Duke here because I'm trying to show him how to get all his cars and stuff, and I didn't want to fuck up your chat. So like, let's just hop in Discord so that I can show him how to do all the stuff he needs to do in the game.
You fuckers.
So,
stop gaming and start chatting.
So Duke is still
Duke's
awake.
excited about the game. Duke is still awake. We're still causing chaos.
It's
Yeah.
12:23 and Duke's awake,
Yes. It's 2:20.
and he's not even in my chat. This is fucked up shit, man.
I think he like put some cocaine in his Mountain Dew this morning or some shit.
And I was server deafened. I had to like figure out how to undeafen the server deafenness that you put me on because you don't want me part of this conversation. I feel like
no, because
I feel like you're just here to talk shit about Honda in a side chat with Duke.
No, I'm trying to show him the game. He's excited about the game.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
We'll come back. You guys can do it in the chat. That's fine. I'd rather have your 2 cents here and there with the occasional look out behind you. If you want. You don't have to. Anyway, back to the chat. I just had to give Matt a little hard time there. Savage said, had a fall incontinence combo. What did I miss? Wait, did you just fall down and shit yourself? Is that what that means?
One of the people he takes care of fell down and shit himself.
That's not good. A little young to be having incontinence. Although the older I get, the less I trust farts.
Yeah.
Because I remember being younger and I just let those motherfuckers rip, dude, and it wouldn't be a problem. But now, like, even a little one, I'm like, okay, we're good. Maybe. No, we're not. Okay, I gotta go wait. Sorry, it's the truth.
That's why I try not to eat Dunkin' Donuts food. It's always 50-50 with their farts.
Dude, every time I eat KFC, I feel like I have a nuclear shit the next day.
No, like Del Taco, man. Del Taco is the worst.
Taco Bell's pretty bad, too.
Del Taco is so good, though.
It is really good, but, like, it's bad. Movie mouth.
But it's worth it. Right, I'll take the chance.
Dick Gozinia says, I've said it before, the only legitimate reason for taking everyone's guns is because they are planning on doing something that you would shoot them for.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's why they've been spending so much money on improving the security around Washington, D.C. and the Capitol, the White House.
What are they really afraid of? Like, that shit on January 6th or whatever scared the fuck out of them, I think.
Not to mention the fact that the other day, Biden gave a speech in which he proclaimed, and okay, this is fucked up. In light of the coronavirus, with potential nuclear war with China on the horizon, with transitory hyperinflation and the potential crash of the entire market and the dollar and everything going on in this country today. A whole year of BLM and Antifa burning down our cities.
Across
Yada,
the
yada,
nation.
yada. The number one threat to national security in the United States today, according to Joe Biden,
His gun.
less than a week ago, white nationalism.
Of course. Obviously.
Like, I don't know if I should talk about this or not, but fuck, we're 3 hours in and I'm high. But, like, I got contacted by the FBI looking for Nazis. Like, I talked to the special agent in charge of fucking Oklahoma for fucking an hour and a half.
Wait, when was this?
This was about 3 months ago. I've been holding back on saying anything about it, but fuck it. They were investigating someone. I really don't want to go into details on what that was about. There's no one here, and it was no one we even know. It's like shit way outside our circles. And they were like looking at something because I bought something from a company or some shit, and then like they went through my Instagram or some shit and then talked to me. And like the fact that I was transgender apparently made them think I wasn't a Nazi. I'm like, well,
Wow.
it's good to know that the FBI is at least that smart or whatever. But yeah, they were asking about Nazi shit on Instagram and Nazi shit in Oklahoma in general. Really,
All darn tranny Nazis are taking over, man. I told you. Did I tell you? I told you.
well, the conversation started out at, "Hey, you ordered this thing from here. Are you a Nazi?" And that immediately went to the transgender thing. And I'm like, well, I'm not a Nazi, but I know a lot about them. Like, what do you want to know? Because, like, I don't know. They hate me, so, like, I'm curious. I always have been. And, like, at gun shows and shit, and even on Instagram, like, you post Nazi guns and shit, like, you get people following you that are, like, Waffen SS fucking in their name and shit or some shit.
Right.
I lost, like, 2,000 followers when I came out. Like, maybe you should go look at them.
Yeah, man, there was this 88 guy that liked every Nazi picture I took.
Nah. But, like, that's just, like, some fucked up shit, man, that the FBI is, like, probing into who is a white nationalist or whatever. Like, I don't know. It was a creepy conversation.
Yeah, I have yet to be contacted by FBI or anybody like
And
that.
for those going, yeah, that's bullshit or whatever, when it happened, I fucking talked to Matt and Honda about it. Like,
Who was saying that was bullshit?
no one. I'm just like, I sat on it for a while because I'm like, I don't know, this could be in the news or some shit. And like, I don't know. I didn't have any of the full information or whatever, but like as things have gone on, like I've heard from other people that have been contacted by fucking FBI for similar reasons. I'm like,
I got contacted by local sheriff's department trying to red flag me. That was pretty fun.
yeah, with your kids thing.
Yeah, because my son was killing somebody playing Fortnite, I guess a little too much and making fun of him or whatever. And the kid knew my son well enough to know things about me, as in he knew that his dad has guns. And so he called the police, made up a story, and said some stuff saying that my son was threatening him with my guns. And I basically had to, like, talk to the police about why the story was bullshit and why my kids don't have access to my guns and therefore it's not even a problem, you know?
Yeah.
But that was, for a minute, I was a bit freaked out about that one, like waiting for a fucking knock on my door, you know?
Honestly, I don't know what I would do if I had kids. That's like a terrifying scenario, you know?
Well, one thing about when you have kids is you care more about them than you care about yourself. And that makes things both more complicated and more simple at the same time.
Yeah.
Because I love my kids, man. And if anybody on the planet was threatening them, I don't care who it is. You know what I mean? I won't even finish that sentence.
Okay.
Man, I lost my weed pen. I can't find it.
Did we ever talk about the video of like comparing Antifa to like World War II vets?
Oh, when they
That
were like,
video.
these are the first Antifa, and they're like fucking, yeah. It's just ridiculous, dude. I don't even watch the leftist shit anymore because they're so over the top ridiculous that they don't deserve my attention nor my response. You know?
Occasionally, my girlfriend says some shit that I'm just like, wow. About like Antifa or whatever and how she views them. I'm just like, okay, yep, they're fighting the Nazis. It's like, I was never going to convince her any way other than that, apparently.
I mean, but that's what the government. I mean, like the government focuses on what the Proud Boys, white nationalists, and all this stuff. Nothing about Antifa. Antifa is just a ideal.
Man, like, I think part of it is like Antifa is a little bit misunderstood because like our side views them as being like the useful idiots of their side, right? Which they are, but they don't see it that way because like they're so like crazy and like against all authority in general that like they're not for the Democrats or the Republicans. Like they're not yay Joe Biden's president. They're just they hate Trump even worse, so that's why they voted for him. Like it's shit like that.
Well,
Like, they
the problem
still
is they're
want-
ideologically entranced.
Yeah.
Like they are entranced as in if you show them reality, it's like they don't even see it.
Yeah.
And it's an ideology that's doing it. And the thing is, like, the only way to cure ideological intransience, I don't know what the word is for that, is pain, is suffering because of the decisions that you've made and making the ideological stance that you've stood upon so obviously wrong that you cannot do anything but face it. And the more entranced you are, the more pain and suffering you have to go through to come to that realization.
Yeah. I think part of their thing is like I was trying to communicate to my girlfriend why Antifa are basically like the modern day brown shirts of the new Nazi party. And the big gap there is that in my mind, Nazi, communist, doesn't matter. Same thing at the end of the day. And like your thing is they're not Nazis. I'm like, yeah, they're communists, so it's just as bad. Like,
well, the new anti-racists are actually pretty racist.
Yeah, they very much are.
And the new anti-Nazis have a lot of Nazi tactics.
Yeah.
So,
and communicating that to her is basically impossible. They're not Nazis.
Yeah, I agree. They're not Nazis, but
when you quack like a duck and act like a duck, like it's the same difference at the end of the day. Like it's a hostile regime takeover, whether it's communist or fucking Nazi. Like that's going to be bad for us no matter what.
Yeah, again, though, I think people who are entranced with that ideology are going to have to feel a lot of pain before they're going to admit they were wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I wish I could find my weed pen. That'd be awesome.
Man, I think like an interdimensional portal opens and elves come out and they steal that shit because I've lost so many of these goddamn things.
Dude, I had it when the chat started.
My girlfriend and I were sitting here watching fucking Rebels and vaping a weed pen and tripping, and like, swear to God, like it just vanished. Like, well, she lost it in the chair or something. Like, I've torn the chair apart, picked the chair up, moved it across the room, shook it out, let it fuck right in the chair, and like she didn't move, and we were just passing it back and forth. Like, it didn't go anywhere. Interdimensional portal.
Seriously. I've been sitting here doing this chat the whole time. I haven't gotten up.
I think the elves like weed and nicotine because they steal both.
Somehow I hang on to my nicotine pens. Like, I always know where those are at.
If I lose a nicotine pen, it's usually for a short amount of time. I'll give you that. Weed pens sometimes disappear and stay disappeared.
Although there was one day I had my nicotine pen and I dropped it. And I was like, oh, I'll find it in 1 second because I'm doing this. And then I look down. I'm like, it's not where I thought it would be. And I like grab a flashlight and look around on the floor for like 20 minutes for this thing. Gave up. And it wasn't until I was moving that I found it. It like bounced off of the floor, landed in my gun safe somehow. And it was like hidden back behind guns in the back of my gun safe. Oh, I found it! Yay. Okay, I feel better. Del Taco gets me every time, says all thumbs.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I think it's like sauce. Like hot sauce. They put something in there that is just like, if you were stuck up, you're not that way. Not that way now.
Maybe it's like cheap chicken and pork too, or something like that.
I don't know.
Sorry, it's been a minute since I've had my weed pen. I'm happy. Let's see what's going on Twitter.
Soccer people.
Go.
Ole, 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 ole.
Dozens of other threatening calls came in today to Andy No. Did everyone mad at Andy No because he went to the front lines of what was happening in Portland and got his fucking face beat up?
So, I'm going to say an unpopular opinion, and it's like, do you have the right to do something? Yeah. But, like, sometimes you face the consequences of it. And, like, he keeps going down there and, like, kicking a beehive. Like, at a certain point, you piss off enough people, one of them's going to fucking do something. Like, what does he expect? Like, I'm not saying, like, don't be a journalist or whatever, but, like, just use some common sense, maybe. Because I think he's going to end up getting fucking shot by one of these assholes. Like, is it worth that? I don't know, maybe it is to him, but it wouldn't be to me.
I mean, like even combat journalists know if they being targeted, they get out of that situation quickly.
Yeah, he's lost fucking the ability to do that by the notoriety he's gotten. In my opinion.
Well, it could also
this
get
is
a
the
brain
one with
hemorrhage
the
for a little
lady
bit.
who was trying to pull over, but she didn't know where to do it.
Yeah,
the cop was like, you should have pulled over when I turned my lights on. That's what that means is pull over. And then he pitted her, and she's a fucking pregnant woman.
Flip the car, right?
Like, she's got her fucking hazards on. She's not going fast. She's looking for a place to pull over. There's no shoulder there.
It's not a safe place to pull over.
Right. It looks real dark out there.
And now, pit.
And end over end.
And she flips her car.
That's going to be a big lawsuit.
Oh, yeah.
That's millions and millions and millions of dollars.
I assume the Arizona audit wasn't turning up anything, but this Nazi-like threat from the U.S. AG what someone who believed the opposite would make.
Guidance. We will apply the same scrutiny to post-election audits to ensure they abide by federal statutory requirements to protect election records and avoid the intimidation of voters. In that regard, we will publish guidance explaining the civil and criminal statutes that apply to post-election audits. And we will likewise publish guidance with respect to early voting and voting by mail.
Okay, whatever.
You want to see the FBI agent I talked to?
Sure.
So Google FBI agent Clint Judge. Let me look again at my notes. Clinton Judd. Sorry.
Judd.
He was in something. There were pictures of him online.
Clint Eastwood, this guy?
No.
Just kidding.
Damn, you must have really did something bad.
Like the one shaking the football player's hand there. I think that's him.
FBI returns Von Miller's Super Bowl 50 helmet.
Yep. That's him. So of the people looking at us, that's one of them. Say hi to Clint Judd.
Hey, buddy.
Sure, he'll hear about this probably.
I can't make him any bigger.
For the record, I so love the FBI.
Well, I
You
told
guys
Zach,
are great.
like, we here at the Guns and Geeks podcast love the FBI and are big fans of what they do and hate Nazis. So we're here to
Yep.
help.
Fuck the Nazis.
We are not planning currently to take over the U.S. government. Can't speak to like Nicaragua, maybe. But that's neither here nor there.
Gotta love those Denver Bronco cheerleaders, man.
Yo.
I wonder what the average IQ is. Who said yo?
Matt,
Me?
did you hear us talking?
No, I just got back.
We just revealed the name of the FBI agent that was talking to me.
Oh, really?
Show him, Honda.
Where's Matt at? Oh, he is in here. Okay.
Yes, I'm right here.
Well, I was like, I saw the picture of me, and I'm like, well, there I am. Sorry, I was looking at the cheerleaders. Where did he go? This guy.
Yeah, the white guy there is him.
Oh, the white guy. I was looking at the black guy. I should have known.
How do you know that's him?
Because he said his name, and I googled.
Oh, okay.
Agent Clint Judd, and this is the guy that came up. Apparently, he returned some Super Bowl thing.
To Von Miller.
You turned
Actually,
Super Bowl helmet.
I didn't do that. My mother was the one that googled all that shit. Because in order to get to me, they actually got to her first. Like,
I think the deal behind that was Von Miller had his helmet, and I think it was inside of his restaurant. He's got like a restaurant that he owns, and someone stole it. And so the FBI got involved because it was like a Super Bowl helmet. And it's worth money, you know?
well, that and like it's more than likely going to be taken interstate to sell it, so it involves the FBI then.
Savage dropped in $5. Is a question for Matt. Whatever happened to the whole Open Liberty podcast? I really enjoyed those.
Yeah, a lot of people enjoyed those, Matt. You should do those again.
I should. I keep meaning to, and then like.
I think we should invite on Derpy and just see what happens.
That would be interesting. That's for sure. No, I liked doing them. They were fun. I got chat fucking overkill. That's what happened to it.
Yeah.
And it was like, okay, I need more, evenings where I'm not doing a chat. And that was one that fell by the wayside.
You do a lot of YouTube shit, man. I must admit.
And then you could bring on Mark Malone.
Well, I mean, like when I was unemployed for that little bit, I was doing 2 chats of my own every week and 2 chats with you every week, and then maybe another chat with someone else here or there too. So I was doing 5 chats a week. Like, Jesus, and then you do that plus like a fucking chat every day. You're ridiculous, Matt.
I like doing it, man.
No, I mean, I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. And I'm not saying anything like, I'm just saying that's a lot of chats. That's all.
Yeah, it is. It is a lot of chats.
Then you got to keep up with the TV shows and movies and go to work. That's why I'm still convinced that Matt has a time machine.
No, he just sleeps 3 hours a night.
That's true, I do.
Like some sort of bat or something.
Like if you had 20 hours a day to work and do everything that you wanted to do, you could get a lot of shit done, man.
Yep. That's true.
like a Batman.
I elongate, man.
I just think it's nice to put a face to the FBI handler. Like, you know.
I think I'm blurry enough right now.
You know how well Clint Judd probably knows us?
America. What did you guys used to talk about on the Open Liberty podcast anyway?
Queer shit.
Because I remember I was on one of them, but I'm like, I am both straight and white and male, all three actually.
We brought you on because Jedi wanted to like shame you publicly for something, if I remember right.
Yeah. No, the whole point was just to talk about the same stuff you talk about with anybody, but get people's opinions from, somebody other than,
So
although we did talk about a lot of gay shit on there too.
How do you ankle carry wearing capri pants?
I was on a couple of the black panels you had on Open Liberty.
It was usually a mix of everything, right? Like,
yeah, it was just anybody who's not a straight white dude. It was like, hey, if you're into guns and you're into freedom and you're not the typical face of that on YouTube, which is white dudes, then come on the podcast and talk about shit. And then we had that one chick on there who just rage quit because of Tony.
Was that stilettos and shotguns?
Yes.
Yeah, if you want her back, I can get her back.
She just, I don't know.
That was the chat that I was on.
She was taking things way too seriously, and I think she was way too ready to be on the defense.
Man, who can't take a sandwich maker joke?
I know. It was
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I mean, what is that called again? Oh, birthing
person.
Sandwich maker.
Yes.
I mean, that's the two things that they're best at.
Birthing sandwich maker.
I saw this meme the other day, and it was it's a picture of two gay dudes next to a picture of two gay chicks, and it's and the under the two gay dudes it says, "But who's gonna make all our sandwiches?" And then next to the two chicks it says, "But who's gonna eat all these sandwiches?"
In reality, like I make all the sandwiches and Dakota just eats them. So it works.
It was funny.
Somebody usually makes sandwiches and someone doesn't.
Yeah.
Savage says, I know it's probably not going to happen because you enjoy doing them so much, but I would be willing to sacrifice at least a day or two of hasty headlines.
Yeah, I like doing them. And then when I don't do them for a day, like shit builds up and I feel like I got to do like 2 days worth of headlines.
Then you have to come twice as hard.
Yeah.
I'm gonna come and I'm gonna come hard.
I know that feeling.
What? What's that? Okay.
All right, we got a little juicifer tonight for the beer, the chat.
Wait, what kind is that?
Juicifer IPA.
So how much to kill that whole thing right now?
Dude, this is 7.7. This is some strong beer.
How much
Man,
to
I
kill?
could really go for a beer right now. And that looks so delicious.
$150 and Honda will kill that beer.
Jesus Christ, that's too much.
You won't name a price, so $100. $100 and Honda will kill it.
Someone drops a $10 super chat right now. I will chug this beer.
Man, he's way more of a hoe than I thought he was.
All right, like, damn.
Well, I was gonna chug it probably anyway, but I'll do it quicker.
Meanwhile, Savage has already super chatted $150 twice.
Dude, like work fucked me up this week, and I don't know if I'm having like a medical problem on top of everything too, or something's going on, but I've been like sick the last couple of days, and I called into work for the first time in a long time, and it felt great. It was everything I thought it could be. Like I slept, I felt better. I did some day drinking today.
Up $10. He said, "Do it, do it."
All right. Cheers, boys. Thank you, Mr. Josh Taylor.
Chug, 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 chug.
While he's drinking, what's everyone's favorite handgun?
Favorite
Smith &
handgun?
Wesson
Yep.
M&P.
1911.
That's me too, 1911. Like, for a bunch of reasons, but I like the history of it on top of it being a semi-functional gun. That makes
Yeah.
sense.
I mean, let's just say I did not get a tattoo of a 1911 for no reason.
Exactly. Curious to hear what Honda says after he gets done drinking.
Mechanic?
Is it the Canic?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, he's like, I'm going to go vomit now.
My girlfriend, when she bought the Canic, I was trying to talk her into getting a Beretta 92 because she had the money. I'm like, it's going to be your first gun and your only gun for a while. Like, you're not going to carry it because you can't yet. Like, in Oklahoma, you have to be 21. And I'm like, why not get a Beretta? And then you have a Beretta as your first gun instead of a Canic. But
686 plus.
that's a good choice, too. I like that one. I don't know what I would use that gun for, though.
Shooting things.
Yeah, but like I would carry a 1911. I probably wouldn't carry a 686.
Oh, she loaded.
What?
She's loaded.
Did you not know that when you picked the gun up?
No, I did. Oh, I shot the camera. Oh my god.
No, I'm just saying the way you said it. She was like, "Oh, she's loaded." Like you were surprised that the gun was loaded.
Right.
No, I was showing everybody. It's like, oh look, see, she is loaded, bitch.
Okay.
One person who's like,
It was just the inflection in your voice told a different story. That's all I'm saying.
mm.
An OK diesel mechanic, the CZ97. That's a good choice. I like the CZ97. That's the CZ75 and 45 ACP, basically.
I don't know. What's my favorite gun to shoot? Though is probably my Canic. Like handgun.
My favorite gun and my favorite gun and my favorite gun to shoot are both the 1911. I love shooting 1911.
Well, I love shooting the 1911 because of the mechanical feel of it. Like it doesn't feel like any other gun.
It doesn't. The trigger's different. It feels different in your hand. Just everything about shooting a 1911.
Yeah,
it's almost like you can hear the parts working like, you know what I mean? So you can feel it. You can kind of hear the slide and the hammer, and you can hear everything working inside the gun when you shoot it.
You can tell that it's a 100-plus-year-old design, you know?
Yeah.
And like if you shoot like a 1903 or something, that's kind of close, but it's still not like the 1911 because the 45 is just its own animal. And like this thing, I think, was like pushing the bleeding edge of technology when they first made it.
Okay, here's the question. Out of the rifles you own, if you could only have one of them, which one would it be?
Oh, fuck.
Well, I'm out.
I would have my AR-15, but I'd have to buy a 22 conversion kit for it too.
No, honestly, it's honestly pretty simple. The nicest, most like the best gun I have, the one I've spent the most money on is my go-to AR, and that's the one. It's the parts that went into that thing. It's the best rifle I have. It's better than my AKs. It's better than my other ARs. You know, and I definitely want something small.
How many AKs do you have?
I just have two right now. I've got the pistol and then the fuck. What's the name of that, Ray? What's the name of my AK? What is it? It's the no
the
AMD.
Yeah,
the AMD 60.
Oh,
mine's
one,
the
yeah,
65. AMD 65, and then I've got the PAP pistol.
I kind of want an AK pistol.
M92.
It's goddamn so expensive now. It's like fuck me.
Wow.
I don't know, but
Plus,
yeah,
if you
they
want
are.
one with a brace, you better get it like today. You know.
I didn't buy one.
I got mine My Zastava pistol. I don't remember when I bought it. I made a video when I bought it, but I got that for $530 with the brace.
Dude, that's like compared to what you could buy it for now, is steal, bro.
Dude, I could easily more than double my money
Yeah.
right now. I could probably sell that thing for about $1,300.
The thing I like is in Honda's scenario, I only have to get rid of one rifle because I only have a couple of rifles, but I have a 12 gauge firearm and then some pistols. So, like,
Okay, then that's another question. How many rifles would you have to get rid of to only have one?
Oh, fuck you. Like 25? 20, between 20 and 25.
well, two technically. I have one that's on loan or whatever, so I have to get rid of two.
I'd have to get rid of 7. You have 20 fucking 6 goddamn rifles, Matt?
All right, hold on. Let
Yeah.
me count. Hold on.
Holy dick, bro.
Hold on. I'm just roundabout.
That's a lot of rifles. You could arm the whole neighborhood. You could arm like my entire apartment complex. Actually, how many? There's 5 floors, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like 8 per floor. So yeah, there's 40 apartments. Between handguns and rifles, you could arm 1 gun for every apartment in this apartment complex. Be the most well-protected building in Denver.
We
I
count.
wonder, does that include bolt action? His 26, or just all semi?
No, I mean a bolt-action rifle's a rifle.
Yeah.
Well, I have 24. 24. I just counted.
So you'd have to get rid of 23 to have 1.
Yes.
The only thing I wouldn't do is like anything 22 should be semi-auto if you're going to use it at all. Like a bolt-action 22 is fun with on the arm.
I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Honda's asking some FBI type questions.
See, the problem with it is, though, like, all my guns are in videos, so it doesn't really matter anyway.
Yeah, mine too. It doesn't
If
matter.
anybody wants to know anything I have, it's fucking looking. I mean, not that I necessarily still have all the same guns I've always had. I mean, but, you know.
And like, there's no mistake in this bitch.
I love that fucking thing.
I love it too. It looks like.
Oh, everyone show your 1911. Fuck it. We're doing a chat. I don't care anymore. Drunk.
Well, that leads me out once again.
God damn it, Leo. Get your shit together.
I know, right?
Yes, this is my Remington. They don't make them anymore, and they never will again. Therefore, this gun will be worth more and more. As you see, it is pristine. There is not a single scratch on it.
I bobbed the hammer on mine with a bandsaw.
Oh, it's loaded. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
My mag from Angry. I got the Platypus Magic mag as my go-to mag.
How many 1911s do you have, Matt?
Just one, surprisingly enough. Just one.
What's your SIG Nightmare?
Yep. I love this gun. It's my favorite
Cool gun.
gun. Love it. I love the bobbed hammer. I love everything about it.
I like mine because I like customized it exactly to what I wanted, and it's different, and I think that's kind of cool. But like, I also want one that's just like bone stock World War II. Like, that'd be
Yeah,
cool.
I would love to have just like a plain old, like an A1, just a
Yeah.
plain Jane A1 with the kind of grayish finish, you know, that those things had, and just an old school 1911 with just some like those walnut grips that say U.S. government on them.
Yeah.
You know, just
Well,
that. I'd like to have that.
Ones with the Remington, and they're actually pretty good.
Yeah.
And, I've got a set of the Bakelite panels from World War II, and they're also pretty good.
And because we're showing off guns, I'm showing off my second favorite handgun in my collection,
That's pretty bitchin' too.
my Beretta. Love this
My thing
fucker.
is, like, it seems like 45 auto is a good caliber to own. It's
Okay.
pretty
Next
hidden.
question. What gun do you carry the most?
My Ruger LCR.
This one now.
My Beretta 380. Beretta 380. No, my Smith & Wesson Bodyguard 380.
Be my used ass Taurus here.
So I use my Tiger Stripe holster. I just untuck a shirt, but I don't really carry that much before it's at the house so much.
Dude, this thing pocket carries pretty well for a single stack 9. And it's already beat up and scratched up and fucked up, and I like had a lime sitting in my pocket against the slide of the gun for an entire night one time, and it fucked up the bluing and stuff. And I just don't give a fuck. Like, if anything happens to this gun, I'm just like, oh, I don't fucking care. You know, like, versus if I was carrying this bad boy around and something happened to it, I'd be a little upset.
I'm hoping to get my Colt 32 pocket revolver back from the gunsmith, and I'll probably be carrying it a lot again. It had a mainspring break, so it got sent to somebody to look at the rest of it too.
Okay, do you have any guns that you've never shot before?
Yeah, I've got a Martini Henry single shot shotgun that has no guts to it that I want to eventually find all the parts to, and I've never shot it.
The gun that I have that has not been shot is the same answer as yours.
Carcano?
Yep, I've never shot that fucking thing. I've never shot it.
I haven't shot my 12 gauge yet either. But
I've shot a Carcano before.
I've never shot a Carcano.
I've never shot that one.
I've never even held a Carcano bullet.
I've done repair work.
I've got bullets for my Carcano.
I've got a video on my channel of a before and after of me refinishing a Carcano from how many years ago?
JFK thing on the side of it.
That's fucking great.
A year ago, wasn't it?
What?
Your Carcano?
Yes. Why?
Because you said I don't know how many years ago.
No, I said I have a video on my channel. Look, I'll show you. Watch.
Do you play the saxophone, Leo?
Yeah, but it's an alto. I mostly play tenor.
Leo Altoni saxophone.
You know that Homer Simpson playing the saxophone? That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, saxophone.
Saxophone. I want to hear some shit, Leo. Give us a fucking riff.
Yeah, give us a riff.
Oh, I'm still a beginner on this alto. It sucks. You don't want to hear me yet on the alto.
Toxic poop in their body at any given moment. Seems crazy, right? All that
I just clicked on this video. God damn it. I'm tired of hearing this shit.
But I am trying to learn Keller's Whisper. So once I finish learning that one.
Create you a fucking account on my premium and you can just watch shit there.
You know what other gun I haven't shot that I own?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, it's a 12 gauge. It's not like there's anything to, you know what I mean?
Plus, you shot it, and you said it worked, so I'm not, worried about it.
Like I said, I've only shot it. I only took it out to shoot that one time, and I shot 3 rounds for the fucking thing, but. Here, look at this. Share this screen.
Oh, it's loaded. Oh, no.
Ah!
Oh, no.
I'm terrified. Here, share my screen.
Hold on. I gotta make sure. I don't like leaving my guns chambered. I don't mind them being loaded, but I don't like them being chambered.
The only ones I keep chambered are the guns that I carry. I keep those chambered.
Matt, this is why you and I would get along, because I do the exact same thing. A lot of guns are loaded, very few are chambered, because I only have the gun that's on my hip chambered. Unless if we think we're going to be shooting somebody or something like that, that might change. But
this video is from 2013. This is the first video I ever did on a Carcano.
Yeah.
When I had this stupid looking fucking watermark on my videos. I don't know why. I do know why I did it, because people started stealing my videos and playing them putting them on their channels and shit, like it was theirs. It was probably people from fucking India or China or something were stealing videos and pretending like they're theirs. But this is the one I did the before and after, and this thing is obviously missing the entire trigger guard / magazine assembly. Plus, it was dirty as fuck. The stock looked like shit.
Stock's been sporterized.
Can I start doing videos where I go to your oldest video that you have, and then download it, and then play it and watch it, and do a reaction video to your video?
That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But they were just straight up stealing it and pretending like it was theirs. So here's the before, and it's about to click to the after.
Why is the end of the stock a different color? Okay, it's not now. That was weird. Go back just a second.
Before. Oh, it was probably a repair done.
Yeah. There's a clear line there.
Yeah, and then now when I refinish the stock, you can't see that. I stripped that whole thing down, And I went over every inch of it, got rid of all. It had some rust inside. I went through the barrel. I cleaned, disassembled the bolt, took the bolt apart. Bought that piece at like, what is that place? Liberty Tree?
Yeah.
Where they sell the parts. I got it there. And it's still sporterized, but it looks really nice. The dude who I did this for, he still has this gun. He shot his.
Can I propose another series of videos, Matt?
Yes.
It is a series of videos where I make a video about my whatever gun it is that I currently have in the state that it's in.
Mm-hmm.
And then I send it to South Texas.
Mm-hmm.
And then you take said gun and whatever money, whatever things need to be done, whatever it is that you end up doing to it, well, that's part of the deal. You're not paying out of pocket because you're doing the work, right?
Look how shiny that thing is. Damn. Anyway. Yeah, go ahead. I'm listening.
And then you do what you would do if it was your gun to the gun and make it like de-Honda'd. And then you send the gun back to me and I never touch it again except for to shoot it.
So if anyone wants me to ray a gun for them, I'll be happy to do that. Charge some money, but
yeah, this dude who I did this work for, there've been several of the videos on my channel where it's his guns, because that's what he would do. He would get a gun, and because he liked buying guns at pawn shops and shit, and he would get a gun, and he's one of these wheeler dealer types. He loves talking people down to practically nothing for something, and then he'll buy a gun, and he just brings it to me, and he's like, just do whatever you want to do to it, and then I would make a video out of it. I'd have fun gunsmithing, and that's how I would get a lot of these videos. He would just bring me shit, just here you go. He wouldn't tell me what to do. He'd just be like, huh?
Give you a budget?
No, he's like, well, just tell me what the parts cost. Because I didn't charge me anything. You know what I mean? Like, he'd give me beer or something. He was a friend of mine.
Well,
give me beer. And
for parts, it's probably less than $100 usually, right?
oh, yeah. On that particular gun, it was just that housing there. And I think that was like $30.
Yeah,
and
probably used for it too.
Yeah, and then probably I think it was like $5. So he paid I think he paid for the gun because it was missing that piece. He paid like $70 for the gun and then spent like another $30 fixing it. So for $100, he got a Carcano basically.
That's cool.
But let's see if it actually shows any of my videos on the side. No, it doesn't. Remember when it used to be your videos on the side?
Mm-hmm. So if
you
you
always be the first video at least.
If you bought a Shockwave, Matt, what would you do to it?
Oh shit.
I think the grip tape is obvious. Like,
yeah. I like the idea of like the shotgun we saw earlier of Duke's with the OD furniture. Like I'd want some like OD furniture for it, whether that's homemade job, pan painted or painted, or whether you buy the furniture, but doesn't matter. I'd want like an OD look, just something to offset it. I'd really want to put a red dot on it for no reason, even though you don't fucking need to.
I'm really thinking about putting that Chinese laser on it and seeing how it goes up. Because like that thing really being like a green lightsaber kind of thing, like you just drag the giant beam. It's not like hunting for the dot,
Yeah. Do they have? Don't they have? Or one thing I would want to do if they don't have it already, is drill and tap, or just drill a hole for a sling swivel right at the base of the base of the grip. Does it already have it? It already has it. Okay. Good. I couldn't remember if they came with it or not.
Yeah, I like having a sling on it because
well, because it's too big to put in a holster, so it needs a way to attach to your body. Like when you're, it's not like you're going to carry it everywhere.
So I just pulled up the video that we're streaming right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and in the 47 videos that it has as suggested next watch, one of them is from me.
See, it didn't used to be that way. It would either put stuff that was directly related.
Number 20 down. Also, sorry.
No, it's just fucked up, man. Because it didn't used to be like that. It would show your videos. It would show usually the first one was your most recent video, and then after that it would show several of your more popular videos. And then it would show related content, like videos that are similar to yours that might be from other people. That was the order.
If you want to promote growth. If you don't want to promote growth, then you don't do that.
Yeah, you do this shit.
Yep.
So
Yeah, they put Johnny B on it all the fucking time.
Oh
So-
Jesus!
Matt, do you do this modification to your shotgun that when you first get it, before you oil it up or whatever, you like sit around and watch TV and rack that thing to smooth it out?
of course, yeah,
Like,
just because it's
I don't know
fun.
how many times I've done this thing, but like, it's a way smoother shotgun than when I started out.
Helps break it in, man. Just like running through a pistol, man. Same thing.
Yeah.
Just sit there and rack the slide. You know.
I can't wait to get my PS90.
That thing's gonna be cool, man.
When are you supposed to get it?
Oh, let's look.
Whenever we meet up, you have to bring that thing because I want to shoot that thing. I've never shot one with a long barrel before.
I've never shot a PS90. Period. I've never got to shoot one.
90s. I've never shot PS90s.
Either. I've never shot either.
They haven't shipped it yet, so I don't know.
I always looked at them like, "Ooh, yeah, I should get one of those." But I never had, what was it? Usually like $1,500 back in the day, maybe $1,200 if you, because it kind of ebbed and flowed a little bit. But how much did you pay?
16. Wait, it's with everything, taxes and fees and shipping, 1773.
That's actually not bad.
That's not bad. You saw the one I sent you from the gun show, right? That was like what, $3,000 or some shit, $2,800.
Yeah, missed it by $3.
Yep. So close.
I would have paid $3 extra just to have that. Honestly,
Just to say that's how much you paid for it.
Yeah. Honestly,
Like, can I please give you $3 extra?
just take
Please.
$3
Just-
more
Let me give it to you.
because America.
But honestly, like, I don't plan on taking that gun out and shooting it a lot. I don't plan on buying a bunch of shit for it besides a red dot. I'm not gonna. It's gonna be a safe queen that is there to sell in a couple of years when the banning of importation of these guns is in full effect, and the price goes from 17 to like 37.
Or more.
Yeah. What you should buy, this is what you should buy. You should buy a $7,000 SVD because I'm sure the prices on those are going to go up drastically in the next few years.
They probably will.
Oh yeah. Can I buy one from Military Arms Channel specifically?
I'm sorry. Those fucking rifles are not worth $7. They're not worth $6. They're not worth $5. They're not worth $3,000.
They're not worth $2,000. They're probably worth $2,000. Maybe they're worth $2,000. Maybe they're worth $2,000.
There's so many other rifles out there that are better that I would rather have. I'd rather have like a fucking FAL or something, or clone, or PTR. Or, there's so many other guns I'd rather have than that fucking thing.
Man, the PTR I used to have was sweet. After I got done with that thing, like I was watching videos of shooting it and shit, looking back at pictures, and like it was flat shooting as fuck. Like it kicked like a 223. I miss that gun.
Gun Library Garrett says, if I search something and one of you have it on a video, suggest the video to me over a more popular one. But again, that's for people who are like, hey, every time we do a live chat, if you're around, you're watching it. And like anytime there's a new video, you pretty much watch it. It's like, okay, YouTube knows you like this channel or whatever. And when they have something that's along the search parameters of what you're talking about, it's going to show it to you. But for someone who's like, I have no idea who Never Enough Ammo is, but I want to look at an SKS, and they search SKS, his will show up on the third page.
Yeah.
In fact, let's just do that little experiment right now while screen sharing. We're going to look up SKS, because I know you have several videos on an SKS, Matt.
Mm-hmm.
Nope, not Matt. 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 Nope, not Matt.
If you typed in SKS and refinish, or SKS before and after, or so, well, just refinish probably.
It's funny how I've already watched this video, whatever this is.
I wonder why you watched that video. Thumbnails work.
If I search what?
SKS refinish.
Okay, let's try that.
See what comes up there. We have to have 2 words. There you go.
Okay, you're number 1 there. But again, that could be because I watched a lot of shit that you do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Scroll down, see who else there is.
Iraq veteran. We got A Woman's World. Fun with the Gun. Never Enough.
There's another one.
Ooh, we got 2 from Never Enough. Ooh, we got
That's
one
the
from
first
Fine Knives.
That
Oh, look
one.
at that.
Oh, hey. Me and Ray Rain right next to each other.
Yeah.
That one right there is the first refinished video I did.
Matt and I are friends because this is how we found each other more than
Yeah.
likely.
Yep.
Like, I did that video before I met you, I'm pretty sure.
Now I got to buy an SKS and do a refinishing video.
No, click on that one, the older of the SKS videos that I did. Because that thing came out looking fucking nice. That thumbnail's horrible, by the way, because that was literally... When's that from? What year is that?
13.
Yeah. That was before I figured out how to do thumbnails. Here, skip that fucking ad. You look at the... It's basically just a before and after. I think I explained some of the stuff that I did to it, but...
Ooh.
I did like a fucking... tinted it like almost a Russian red. And fucking... Oh, fuck. That thing came out looking so goddamn beautiful. I bought that. That was the Yugo that I had. And, yeah, I regret getting rid of that one. I so regret getting rid of it. It was... God damn it. It was so fucking nice.
Yeah,
it was such a nice SKS.
Dude, that thing's like flawless, man.
Oh, it came out so good. It wasn't in bad shape, but it was used. It was a Milsurp rifle, right? It wasn't horrible. It wasn't like one of the Chinese ones, but it didn't look anything like that when I started.
The one I did was Chinese.
When I did that, because I mixed that and red dye. That's how I came up with that color. Is that it was English chestnut or English walnut or some fucking, I don't know what the fuck it was, with bright red dye, and I went over the stock.
I feel like the other side of the stock looks like shit because you never turned it over once.
I don't fucking know. Here, go to the beginning. See if there's a before on there. There might or might not be. I don't know. Is there? Does it show it before? What?
Hey, all thumbs.
I might not have done it before on this one. I don't remember.
think there is.
All right. Yeah, I am kicking myself and have for a long time for getting rid of that one. It was a bad move. Bad call. Shouldn't have done it.
Gun Library Garrett says inflation raised the USA made fishing waders I bought from $450 to $600.
Damn.
God darn inflation's ruining everything. Look at this SKS that this guy that I know built.
That's the last one I did like a year or 2 ago. That's the Chinese one. That's some true before and after. That thing was covered in some of the nastiest shit.
Dude, that was like shit, dude.
I unboxed it.
I can't believe you didn't notice that the whole
I didn't even fucking notice, dude. It was so bad. I had so much else I was worrying about, that I was concentrating on, that I didn't. It didn't even occur to me there's a chunk of wood missing on the fucking side. There was so much shit on that.
That was the first thing I noticed, Matt.
Jesus.
Watching that video, I was like, I wonder if he's going to notice the giant chunk of wood missing on something. Nope, apparently not.
But I only paid $250 for it.
Yeah, it's pretty cheap.
So I was like, okay. And it was messed up. It was bad. But I think it came out looking pretty damn good for how bad it was.
From Classic, or where'd you get that from?
I think that was from Classic.
Dude, I feel like Classic has like some of the shit fucking worst fucking Milsurp guns sometimes. Not all the time, but some of the guns that they sell are just like, I don't know how you rated this grading at what it is, but this is not like fair. This is like poor.
I think it's like they get the worst ones, right? Because they're selling shit the cheapest prices. So like when Century sells shit to them, like they're getting the bottom of the barrel because they're buying the cheap shit.
Oh, I guess I can't look at that online. Never mind. I'll look at it over here.
Yeah, don't
Classic
pull that up.
Firearms.
Yeah, right now they don't have shit. I was just looking at them. They do have Corcanos, and they have the Beretta 85s.
Matt, look in the suggested videos. One of your videos is suggested. Actually, a couple of them are.
Of this video?
No, of the one Honda's looking at.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Unexpected, but cool.
I don't see any.
I see
Iraq veteran, military arms, 9-hole, Iraq veteran, Forbes, in range, military arms channel.
Maybe it's showing different for
Anthem, Nerd
Rare.
of the Rings. Oh, have you guys ever watched Nerd of the Rings? That shit's awesome.
Yes, I love that show, man.
That's showing
There's
my
several of those Tolkien shows on YouTube that are pretty good.
or Moto Madness. You guys ever watch these things?
So since it, yeah.
Where it just shows people like doing motorcycle things. I like the ones where they smash the mirrors of people. People does something dumb, and then they smash their mirror for being dumb, like right here. Oh, he didn't smash it though. Gun Library Guard says, "Have you ever put SKS in a plastic bag in the sun to melt the cosmoline?" Yeah, I've never even thought of doing that. That's actually pretty smart.
I have done it before, not with an SKS, but with other milsurp shit that's covered in cosmoline. In fact, Mosin, and I found that to me, it was more work than the way I do it. Because I still found myself, once the cosmoline had seeped out and whatever and blah blah blah, and you know, kind of you pull it out of the bag and it's basically one big fucking sticky mess. Everything's stuck to it, and yeah, the cosmoline has kind of seeped out, but it's still all over the gun, and so you still go through and you're scrubbing the entire gun down with solvent and shit to get this now sticky goop off the outside of it. And I'm just like, well, I could just scrub it down with fucking the solvent anyway and do, you know what I mean? Like I did it because I wanted to see if it was, you know, really made it that much easier to get rid of the cosmoline than what I do when I'm scrubbing with solvent.
I always use lighter fluid.
Yeah, lighter fluid worked great. Brake cleaner works great.
I used like hot water and Dawn soap and a scrub brush, and it worked pretty well.
Yeah, there's a bunch of ways to do it. I mean, you know, it's not like there's any one right way. I like doing it the way I do it because I'm comfortable doing it that way, and I feel like, you know, I can get it done pretty quick and not worry about it.
If you just had a big bottle of Simple Green and some hot water, you could probably clean it.
Oh, I've used Simple Green many times. I keep Simple Green in my next to all my tools just for cleaning shit like that off. Simple Green works great.
This is why we're friends now.
Yeah, I fucking love Simple Green. This shit works great.
Simple Green.
That's like my lube stash for the apocalypse for guns. Is a big thing of fucking what's it called? Silicone. Damn it, I can't think of the name of it now. Lithium grease, not silicone. It's a tube like silicone.
Yeah.
But that lithium grease shit, you can buy a tube of that for like $5, and it lasts forever. And it's not like the best gun lube, but it's significantly better than no gun lube.
Damn it, now you got me looking at fucking guns over on Classic. They got Viscas, they got MMP-15s, Paratrooper, Wassers.
Do you have gun lubricants in your preparedness stuff, Matt?
I can't watch this shit, man. It's fucking, as somebody who's ridden a motorcycle before, it's fucking freaking me out. It's so easy to die on a fucking motorcycle. No, I've got like a kit that I've got fucking multiple kits because I've got fucking gunsmithing shit everywhere. I've got it in the garage. I've got it in my closet over here. I've got a toolbox with a bunch of gunsmithing stuff, but I do have a little bag kit.
Tiny bottles of it.
Yeah, and I've got a little kit that sits with all my bug out bags that essentially is just, you know, gun maintenance shit. And I've got some cleaning brushes in there. I've got both grease and standard just oil in there. I've got solvent in there.
I've got a bunch of little bottles like that, like 4 or 5 of those, and then I got that tube of lithium grease, and then I got a big bucket of quench oil in the garage. It's basically like a really light.
What is this? Wasser Paratrooper semi-auto AK.
Yeah, that's $10.99. I saw that. It looks cool. I had one of those that came in without a stock though.
They have them on Classic for $800.
Really, that's a good deal.
But they look weird. There's something weird about them.
Yeah,
No, they've got it. They've got the
tight gas block.
Yeah, it's just a different site. It's that was it the C what is it? The C10? What am I thinking of?
And they don't have a cleaning
C10?
rod either, I guess.
The C10 or something like that.
Yeah.
I think they can take a cleaning rod, but it's like the short one, so it's useless. I would buy one of those, though. That's a good gun for $800. I think that's a good deal for right now.
What about a VSAK?
Mm-mm.
So, all thumbs, message me on Instagram if you have that. RG10s are not good, so it depends on how bad that thing is. Like, if it needs a lot of parts, it's probably just not worth fixing. If it's just finish wear or something like that, like, we could talk about options. I mean, I could clean off the rust and paint it for you, or clean off the rust and, like, re-blue it. Like,
What's he asking about?
we got a ROM RG10 22 revolver, and he was asking about getting it refinished or something for some sort of price.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, those aren't blue. There's no way to. You'd have to use some sort of paint or Cerakote. Because I've got one that I fucked with for.
I'm not familiar with the finish on them. I've never done it.
Fuck. Where is that gun?
I assumed it was just cheap blued steel, but I guess it could be like.
No, it's not. They're Saturday night specials. They'll frame. Okay. The only thing that's steel on that is the trigger, the hammer, probably a couple internal parts.
I guess the ROM I had was a 38 special, and it was blued steel.
Oh, it was? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one I've got's a 22, and it's all fucking aluminum. It's got a steel insert for the barrel. The cylinder is steel.
I was clear of those, the 22s. Like,
So-
they're okay, but
So for the money, is it worth getting it done at all?
Jesus.
if you just want to
Not-
custom gun
I mean,
or whatever,
if you just want to do it just to do it, is it worth it? No, because you're going to spend more money than the gun's worth. I mean,
if it's mechanically functional, then yeah, it's probably worth
Right.
doing. Like, just clean the rust off and paint it or something.
that's the thing on that thing. And I unless his is different, I don't know. But on mine, like when it started to rust, it didn't rust. It started to corrode because it wasn't steel. You know what I mean? Like it started to get that white corrosive bullshit on it.
Then I have some shit you can put on that to stabilize oxidization, and then you paint it.
Yeah. So I mean, I've still got mine somewhere. I don't know where.
I'd have to
But,
look and make sure that it works on fucking zinc, but pretty sure it would.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Holy fuck, dude. Did you see that?
No, I'm trying not to watch your shit, honestly. Jesus.
God damn, dude.
Whoa.
And that day, Smokey got lucky. Or whatever. There's gonna be the bandit. What was his buddy's name in the truck?
What'd you pay for your you didn't get a shockwave, you got the
I got a Shockwave.
Yeah, you got the Shockwave.
was it
$3.99?
oh $3.59 here. But then you gotta pay shipping and everything else, so it'd probably be more.
That's just with Mr. Guns and Gear's discount code.
Well,
Yeah.
Mr. Guns and Gear always has discount codes for everything. That's how he makes his money.
Man, I don't know. I walked into a store and bought it, and it was out the door like $320. So I was for $420.
Honda, if you wanted to walk into a store right now and buy a gun, how long would it take you to get that gun home?
Probably 5 days.
Fucking shit. And this is why I couldn't move to Colorado. This is exactly why I could not move to Colorado.
But
Illinois is
in the before times, it would take like an hour.
in Illinois is 3.
But the way it's been going lately, oh yeah. You want to talk about fucking DARPA dogs and shit? Anyway,
It used to be for long guns a day.
Jesus Christ, what in the fucking shit is this?
The DARPA vaccination bot we're going to be hitting with slugs.
Wow, dude.
If I was
That
gonna get the
is
jab,
fucking
that's how I want it to be. Just
Fahrenheit
like that.
451, man.
Man,
Fahrenheit 451.
you can't say that thing wasn't efficient.
Like, Jesus Christ. How long is it until that thing is big and scary and runs you down and pins you to the ground and vaccinates you?
Next week.
It's the medical Ed 209.
All thumbs, like I said, hit me up and send me some pictures of it on Instagram, and we'll see.
So you have a rifle and a handgun. You are in a situation where you're shooting your rifle until it runs dry. There's still threat in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you switch to handgun, or do you quickly reload and re-engage with rifle?
What's
Depends
the
on what the
and
threat.
how far? Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta know what the threat is.
Let's say the goal is to get rounds on target as quickly as possible.
Well, then switching.
How far away?
Is
I was about to say how many
technically
feet
faster,
to target.
25 yards.
25 yards? I would reload.
Yeah, me too.
Mm-hmm.
Because like
I'd-
your chances of like hitting a dude with a rifle with a handgun at 25 yards before he hits you isn't good. So like reload the rifle. At least that's my thoughts.
Yeah, exactly. I concur.
Like if it's like 5 feet away, I might switch to handgun because it is faster and like dump the clip at him or whatever. But like I'm hesitant to ever go to secondary because like you're giving up a rifle. You have like a AR-15, AK, shotgun, whatever it is. Shotgun's not a rifle, but like a long gun of some sort is always better than a handgun. So by not reloading, you're giving that up.
See, Tyler Miller said it's 10 days for him.
That,
See,
like,
here's no,
the
go ahead.
exception. The exception is the shotgun because like when it runs dry, I might switch to handgun. Like, because reloading a shotgun sucks.
SBA 4s, those aren't going to be legal, are they?
No. Why not?
Honda, share this. This is why there's no prices here, so don't worry. This is why that those SVDs are not worth $7,000 because this is basically $3,000.
Yep.
And this is a Zastava build.
Which is better?
Much rather have
Is
this.
that in 308 or 8mm Mauser?
308.
It's in a better caliber too.
So I would much rather have this for 3 as opposed to 7 for that fucking SVD.
Well, the SVD isn't really a real SVD. It's like
I know.
a knockoff. So at the point that it's not a real SVD, this is just as cool to me.
Yeah.
You know, if not cooler, being in 308.
Yep.
Gun Library Guard says, "Did you ever get that 686 Honda?" Right here, good sir. Right here. Here, let me make myself big.
Not something he can do very often.
Only once a day. Yep, I do have it. And I like it.
That is a sexy looking gun, I will say that.
What, that's Zastava?
No, that 686 Honda was holding up.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Nobody cares about his 686.
No one cares about the Zastava that you don't own.
I think the fucking Shockwave is sexy. I love sawed off.
I told you that story. That time I went to that gun show, and it was like, I was looking around. I was just itching. I had some money, and I was itching to buy something. And it's like, what do I want to buy? What do I want to buy? And I kept eyeballing the Shockwave and eyeballing the Shockwave, and then I saw the fucking Taurus Judge. And it just so happened it was right after I had seen whatever fucking episode that was of Walking Dead where Daryl has a fucking Taurus Judge. And I was like, shit, I'm going to get the Judge. And that's why I ended up with a fucking Judge. That was what, 2017, I think, when I bought that thing. 2016?
You know, it'd be really funny to see someone like duck hunting with a Taurus Judge or like skeet shooting.
So between Red Dawn and like a whole bunch of other movies growing up, like and like fucking what's the movie Falling Down?
Yeah.
A shotgun like this features prominently. Like I always thought it was cool for movies to have a sawed-off shotgun, but you couldn't have one because all the BS or whatever. But this thing looks pretty much dead on for a shotgun. Like from
yeah,
like it's a
they're a cool fucking guns. They are cool guns.
This dude's making the rest of us look bad. Excited to spend my life with you.
That's very precise. How the fuck did they
I
get
don't
that?
know. It looks like a printer in the sky.
No shit. Whoa. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, I recorded something like that on my Instagram.
Yeah.
The people doing like that printer style writing in the sky.
You can see that or not. Yeah. Like I made a video for my girlfriend. Like I like doodled all over her vape with a bunch of hearts and shit. It's like trippy as fuck to watch.
Can't really tell for the phone.
Yeah.
Okay, now I see the hearts.
That is cool.
Yeah.
Whatever happened with that audit or whatever that they were doing on Arizona?
I don't know. I don't even know how long it takes to do. I mean, it was what, 2 weeks ago they approved it.
Well, I was watching I forget who it was, some live chat, and it seemed like everybody, or not everybody, but a bunch of people who were in the chat, who were like, in the side chat typing, were saying like, oh, looks like President Trump actually did win. Blah, 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 blah.
Dude, I check the news every fucking day, and I haven't seen anything about that.
I hate seeing shit like this, the fucking Amber Alerts. With like
I know.
missing. Like, God fucking damn it. Like, it's fine to me, like, some 20-year-old kid's doing something dumb and gets hit by a car or something, like, okay, fine. Some little kid's missing. Not so fine. Huh. Weird shit going on in Denver. The greatest enemy of knowledge is not ignorance. It's the illusion of knowledge. Stephen Hawking. It's not that the left doesn't know anything. It's that they know so much that just isn't so. I think that was Gerald Ford. I forget who said that. The Queen of England cutting a fucking cake with her ceremonial blade.
She's cutting it upside down? I think she's cutting it with the blade in.
She's not. She's touching the sharp part.
Oh my
God damn it.
It's been so many years since I held the knife.
She's not even holding it by the handle. She's holding it by the blade. Oh my God. Damn.
Here's your knife back. Fucking royal.
Did I get a big enough American flag? This is making mine look small.
So, eventually...
I mean, that happens to you a lot, though, doesn't it?
If I marry this bitch, I'll have dual citizenship with England. Does that make me a redcoat?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Fog breather. Fucking fog breather.
We'll just start calling you Bilbo Faggins.
Gosh, Honda. That's so or something. Anti-faggots. I guess. Anti-faggotist?
Well, because if you're a British citizen, then that word means something completely
Yeah, it
different.
just means that you like to smoke. That's all.
All right.
Which is true.
Plus, they throw around the word cunt like it's water.
Which I do anyway.
Fucking cunts. Cunts.
When you don't care about what people with vaginas think about you, your life is just much easier.
I bet it would be. As a dude who grew up from the age of, like, I want to say 10, caring what people with vaginas, birthing people,
Birthing people. Yes.
cared about me. Like, that would be a huge weight off of your ass for your entire life. I mean, I've now hit the point where I don't care anymore, but, like, it took a long time to get there. You know what I mean?
See,
Yep.
like, dating trans girl thing is interesting because, like, it's a minefield of, like, what does she care about?
Sandwiches, probably.
So the Federal Reserve Bank is exploring the creation of a digital U.S. dollar. We already knew about this, though.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I
Apparently,
wonder how long that's going to be.
apparently being tall, blonde, and able to suck a golf ball through a garden hose is what she's into. So,
I mean, most people would be.
well,
Wait,
can't blame her.
unless they're pansexual.
Yes, then they might not be into that. That one bitch, like with the them.
I seriously, like, I didn't get what she was saying, but she seemed very annoyed and very passionate. But it's still, even not understanding the whole buy pan thing, I was still like, you just seem like a you got to stick up your ass about this. I don't know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, here's the insurrection.
You cannot have the confrontation with the police. They're going to make that the story. I'm going to march to the other side where we have a stage where we can speak and occupy peacefully. Tell everybody behind you, march to the other side. March to the other side. You guys are great, but the police, the provocateurs have caused a problem, and the police are throwing flashbangs. We don't want to have a kid state here. So, I love you. We're saving the Republic. This is but please tell everyone you know, march to the other side. March.
Yep, looks like violent insurrection to me.
Is that from
January
1/6? 1/6. Say it properly. It's
So-
1/6.
The apocalypse is happening all around you, Matt.
A
Yes.
dark day in
Either
American
on the
history.
loose, or fucking like China's at war with us, or some sort of shit's going down. You can only have one gun. What's the one gun you grab?
Oh my god. It's got to be a pistol.
Yeah.
It's got to be a pistol. At this point, it's either. Oh fuck! Just for the sake, yeah, it's either my Glock or my Beretta. I don't
What
know
about a
which.
pistol shotgun axe combination?
Well, now that could be handy. That could be handy.
I think you're right. It
What
has to
about
be-
your street bug?
No, because I want something very concealable. If shit's going down, I don't want everybody knowing I have a gun. And that's the thing, right? Like that's the trick of it. So yeah, no, it's got to be an actual pistol.
I agree. Like I think I'd pick my 1911.
Huh. There was a mass shooting overnight at an entertainment district of Austin, Texas. 13 were injured. One suspect, described by police as a slim black male with dreadlocks, escapes the scene. So they didn't catch the guy, huh?
Well, I think there were two, and they caught one with the help of the marshals. Well,
So
that may be old. I don't know.
So they'll catch the other guy then. If they caught one, they'll catch the other one.
Yeah,
There's
'Cause
no
that
way.
happened. That happened. It's basically Sunday morning now. This happened a little over 24 hours ago. It was like right after midnight. Last night, I guess. Friday night, Saturday morning. And yeah, it had been reported they caught one of the guys, and there were actually two of them. They're still looking for the other one. So
Do you enjoy the screen door like noises that your 1911 makes when you cock the hammer?
Yes.
It's kind of funny, isn't it? Like they
I'd
all
love
sound like that. You have a fucking $14,000 1911, and it still has a little bit of that to it.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, that thing looks fucking scary.
What is it?
We did that for you today in level flight.
Man, like some sort of scary future war is coming our way. Like, I don't think we have any idea of the reality of the technological state of our military right now. And like, I think World War III is about to happen, and like, I don't know how that's going to go down. I think it's very interesting how quickly they went from like Orange Man bad, don't believe what he says about China, to like, oh shit, China did all this shit, we're gonna go to war. Like,
there's been a lot of this shit going on too, like road rage incidents.
Yeah.
Denver police say shooting that injured a man and shut down Interstate I-25 Colorado Boulevard Friday night was a road rage incident, and they're still looking for the suspect. A girl from my work was driving home from work. It was like a month ago, maybe a little bit more, and the person in front of her and the like person in the lane next to her started getting in a fight. They like stopped on the road ahead of her, so she had to stop too. One guy got out of the car and shot the other guy. I'm not sure who shot who, like which car, if it was the one in front of her or the other dude, but like one of them got out of the car and shot the other dude in the head, and then fucking got in his car and kept driving.
wow.
Like
As
right,
one does.
See,
right in
like,
front of her, dude. Like she's like traumatized from this shit.
when my grandma and I went on a little road
yeah.
trip a few days ago, like we went about an hour away or so and back, I threw this shotgun in the car, loaded in the back seat. My grandma was like, "What was that?" I was like, "It's a gun." She's like, "What's that for?" And then I like went through the number of scenarios where it might be handy to have a shotgun, and that was one of them. And she's like, "Okay." Like, sorry, like, I don't know. I've had shit go on in my life a couple times since 2020 started where, like, people were following us home and shit like that. Like, it's like the world's getting more dangerous.
Is this
Oh,
an
yeah.
aircraft carrier aircraft?
Right.
That is
Aircraft,
straight up. That
aircraft
is a
carrier.
prototype shield helicarrier,
Fuck yeah, it is.
and I'm all for it.
Is that
Let's
real?
fucking do this.
That can't be real. That's gotta be CGI.
That's CGI.
Yeah.
That's not real. But that if
There's no plane that big that could
No.
fly.
There's nothing. There's no fucking
Yet.
landing strip that's big enough for that thing to land on.
There's no carrier big enough for that.
No, because now here's the thing though. Because while it's moving, the plane that it's landing on is moving, so it could land on that. That plane could land on that, as long as the plane it's landing on keeps moving forward. That takes the momentum out of, or not momentum, but that makes up for the speed that it needs to slow down.
No, I'm saying the aircraft carrier airplane. There's no airport in the world.
Oh yeah, I got you.
that has a big enough airstrip for that thing to land and take off from.
Well, that
Although
we
you
know
could,
of.
that would be the easy part of all this, is coming up with a landing strip that this thing could land on.
I don't know.
Because, dude, have you seen the fucking thing that drives the fucking shuttles out to the thing in Houston when they want to launch the shuttles or the rockets? That fucking thing is goddamn huge, and they make a fucking runway for it to drive out there on.
Yeah. Not to mention
Goddamn.
the fact that there's some budget where you could pretty much throw down a tarmac in 5 minutes. Like,
Yeah, building the landing strip was the easiest part of all that.
I'd find some dry lake bed somewhere and fucking just put up a gigantic ass tarmac.
Yep.
They
What are they
beat
fighting
everybody up, man. This was at a Denver Nuggets game.
The only issue is with your like airborne aircraft carrier,
Back to normalcy.
you need more than one place for it to land. Like, to point out, like, I guess technically you could just keep it mid-air refueling or whatever, but like those KC-135
Is that a?
fuelers are not that big.
So are they fighting over the game?
I don't know what the fight was about, but I was going to say.
Oh, he just threw something on him. Look, he just threw something on him. Back up a little bit. He threw water or a drink or something on him.
Oh yeah, someone did.
Someone.
I think they got her more than anybody.
Can you imagine how much fuel
And they did it again.
would use, man?
No, I just backed up to look at it.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if it was them or someone else though.
No, it was somebody else because they were already left.
Yeah, because they went away. Dude, so this shit has been happening a lot too, though. Like fighting at sporting events and in public places.
People are on edge. This is what fucking happens, man.
Like a buddy of mine was at the Mexico USA soccer game, like viewing at a bar in Denver, and he was there with his friend, and like I guess there was some chick there that they were like, oh, she's good looking, and so his friend started talking to this chick, and he was like, yeah, I was sitting there and I was having my drink, and I took a drink, and I look over and he's talking to this chick, and so I take another drink, and I look over, and there's 3 people punching him in the face, right? So then, like, he puts his drink down and goes to be like, oh, and then right when he reaches over, someone from the other side punches him in the face. Like, he was fucked up, dude. He had, like his face was all bloodied up and stuff. He had 2 black eyes. Like, he got beat up.
Okay.
Damn.
Well, I mean, that game, they were fucking up their own players on the field, too. They were throwing piss bottles at them.
Yeah, that's why I don't like sports ball.
So, Matt, if you got stuck having to have something other than a pistol, would you want a small something to conceal, or would you get, like, just a regular AR?
Then I would take into consideration shit like my Streebog. You know what I mean? Something small, compact, folding stock, but I can still load 30-round mags in it. It's 9mm, so, I mean...
What if it is bad enough that you need more than a pistol, but you still want to conceal, Sam?
Oof. Then honestly, out of my guns, I think I grab my my AK pistol.
Yeah, it's pretty dope. I like playing the "What would you grab in the zombie apocalypse" game.
When you're 10 seconds old, but already tired of government overreach. That's good.
Already annoyed with life.
Dude, where this road rage shooting happened is like right next to where I work. I don't know, man. I'm afraid things are going to go bad, like real soon. And I'm tired of being right about things. And how many other things have I said that have ended up being right? But then again, how many things have I said that were completely wrong? So hopefully I'm just completely wrong.
I don't remember, but you've been right a lot too. Like, some of it's like obvious shit, I think, anyone looking. Right? But like, some of it is weird. Like, it's weird how much of the conspiracy shit is right.
Well, and it's not like every conspiracy theory I'm like, hey, I'm E Honda, and this is a conspiracy theory that I believe in today. Like, no.
Even the ones we talk about on the Gay Frog chat, like, some of those you don't even believe.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'd say a good, percentage of the time we're talking about a conspiracy theory that I, like, honestly don't put any stock in whatsoever, but it's still a conspiracy theory. And when we do a conspiracy chat, we're going to talk about it.
Yeah.
Oh, 8 marijuana clinic-centric bills passed in 2021 legislative session. See, they like to give you freedom and then take it away. Limiting potency of commercial marijuana products. New list of restrictions on medical marijuana and THC concentrates. A proposal to raise the state marijuana possession limit. What else? Proposed initiative would raise marijuana sales tax 5% for education because they don't already spend too much on that at all. Colorado legislation passed doubles marijuana possession limit And bill proposed new marijuana restrictions passed first vote. Okay. So we got new weed stuff going on. I don't know. Colorado was like the guinea pig with the weed thing, and we got kind of fucked from it because of how many people moved here and all the problems that we've had from all the people who've moved here.
I'm glad Oklahoma didn't go first.
Like, we should have been like third would have been better, you know?
I'm amazed Oklahoma did it at all.
I am too, to be honest. But I mean, if you think about it, I think a lot of people on the right are more libertarian and less government, blah, blah, blah. So it kind of makes sense.
Especially down here. Like, Oklahoma's one of the most libertarian states, I think. Like, we have a whole bunch of libertarian candidates that are on the ballot and shit. God bless them. And, like, the funny part to me is that, like, while Joe Exotic is like a cartoon character or whatever, he does, in a sense, represent Oklahoma to me because, like, look at all the different shit he was into. And, like, even his neighbors in fucking Wynwood, Oklahoma were like, well, that's the crazy tiger dude, but he's kind of cool or whatever. Like, they went and saw his fucking shitty zoo.
Damn, 10.5-inch Blem Palmetto State pistol uppers for $199.
Damn. Yeah, I bet the pistol shit's getting real cheap about now.
Especially with the discount code.
Well, that's the thing. If you wanted to do an SBR, now is the time. Because, like, the cheap prices on those kits, like, buy your shit to do it. Buy a strip lower, fill out your shit, you know.
Being gay isn't a choice. I was straight until 2005 when I was forced into homosexuality by Chris Evans just wearing a towel in Fantastic Four.
Wow.
I mean, like, who didn't see Hugh Jackman as a child and question their sexuality? Like,
what about the conspiracy of the banker people? I mean, if you're talking about the capital J one, that's not one that I put too much stock in either. But if you're talking about central banks holding power and doing fucked up shit and not getting audited and doing all kinds of stuff for the past 100 years, and I'm all about it.
Rothschilds.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, there's certain things that are blaringly obvious. I think the banking conspiracy is one of them, and the fact that we don't talk about it is another. You know, not we, but
the
public
society.
Right.
The royal we.
What the fuck was that?
What?
Let's watch that again.
Wanda, you got another super chat.
Oh no, I was 100% referring to the Mark Malone J1. Yeah, no, I don't. I mean, if you want my opinions on that one, you can just go back and watch that chat. I think we ad nauseum went over that to the point. Although I never actually got to the point a lot of the time because I could never finish a fucking sentence while Mark Malone was there.
And honestly, on the Jew thing, I kind of come down on like their tendencies as people and religions make them good with money. They tend to have a lot of money. That makes people hate them, and it builds that conspiracy theory. Like,
I mean, I think part of it is
but
like to actually become a bona fide Jew, right?
Yeah.
You have to like learn an ancient language, how to like read it and speak it and recite it in front of a group of people. Like you have to like show that you have a base level of intelligence, basically, is what that is. So if you're dumb, you don't get in the religion. If you're like some dumbass who's like, yeah, I want to be a Jew too. They're like, all right, here's Hebrew. Learn how to read it. And you're like, never mind.
Technically, that's not true. That's how you be a good Jew. To be a Jew, you just have to be born to a Jewish woman. Like, that makes you a Jew.
Well, okay, but I'm talking about converts, right? It's like if you're looking at Islam, like it's like anyone under the knife is an Islam convert, you know? Or if you're looking at Christianity, it's like, okay, anyone who goes through these rites and eats the bread and drinks the wine, now you're a Christian. If you're talking about Mormons, then it's even easier, you know?
Yeah.
What is this?
I just wanted to show you something here real quick. Or at least show your audience.
Oh, being gay is a choice. Then choose to be gay right now.
Oh, shit.
It makes me laugh. I sent that to my my niece's husband, who was in the Navy. He wasn't very thrilled, but it's okay because he deserves it.
Shotguns are awesome. I don't know why, but the shorter shotguns are always cooler to me. I like rifles too, really. Like anything SPR instantly gets cooler. Is that because we don't have them, or is that just because they're cooler?
No, I'm not sharing anymore. QAnon is not mainstream. It is not on Fox News. Tucker lost viewers for calling out Sidney Powell. However, CNN and MSNBC haven't changed at all and still push insane Blueanon conspiracy. Blueanon, I like that.
Blueanon. Have you talked to Democrats lately? That's fun.
Chicago police officer arrested for alleged role in January 6th riot at U.S. Capitol.
He's one of those guys with the Gadsden flag and thin blue line flag hanging from his pickup truck. America! Fuck
Dude,
yeah.
Dude, his name is Coral!
Coral.
K-A-R-O-L. Coral!
Carl from N-Range TV.
YouTube suspends Senator Ron Johnson for a week for COVID-19 misinformation. He reportedly supported unproven experimental treatments for COVID, such as hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin. So wait a second. Wasn't there just a study that showed that there was a 100% improvement in the survivability of people who were on respirators if they were given hydroxychloroquine?
Yes, there was. That is correct, sir.
So this dude talking about experimental treatments, which have been shown to have a 100% improvement in the survivability for people who were under the, who were taking it. Doesn't that make it not so unproven and not so experimental?
You would think so, right?
Whatever.
There was also a story that dropped this week of the governor of Nevada giving a big-ass stockpile of it in his thing after he banned it. So, I'm just saying.
Savage says, in retrospect, I should stop giving Honda all my money so I can pay for my tribute tattoo soon.
What's a tribute tattoo?
That's
As someone with tattoos, I don't know what that is.
Maybe for
someone
his
dies-
grandpa.
Yeah. When someone dies, you get a tribute tattoo.
Oh, okay. I had never heard of that before, or at least not heard it. I know people who've gotten tattoos of people who passed away, but I didn't know that there was like a name for it.
Yeah.
You should get yourself a tribute tattoo, man. I support that. I fully support it.
I'm gonna get a tribute tattoo to someone fucked up.
As long as that tattoo isn't of Chris Hansen.
No, I was thinking.
No, not Chris Hansen. What's that other dude's name that you fucking hate?
Me?
Chris Matthews?
Yes, I hate that motherfucker.
Yeah, there you go. That's what it is.
He just makes me want to punch fucking babies. Like, if I ever see him and I'm in like in a preemie ward, I'm gonna go to jail at the end of the day. I already know it.
Man, I hope he doesn't hang out in the fucking preemie ward.
No shit.
Like, I'm just gonna go like medieval on his ass.
Well, because he's a fake conservative. And he's a mouthpiece for the powers that should not be, for the oligarchical government that rules over us all. He is a paid mouthpiece shill for those very people. And anyone who doesn't see that needs to. That's why I hate him. Because it's so blatantly obvious that he's just a fucking lying, disingenuous piece of shit with a fucking weird-looking face. And I don't know where I'm going besides fuck that guy.
I feel like you just described like almost 100% of the mainstream media.
Can you repeat that? Because once you start talking about Chris Matthews, I black out.
You get drunk when I start talking about Matthews?
No, I just black out. Like I can't. I don't remember what you just said. I want to.
He's a shill.
Okay, good.
He's a mouthpiece for the powers that should not be. The oligarchical government of fucking...
Shit, it happened again. Fuck.
Fuck you.
God damn it.
Ellen DeGeneres used to be a suitcase model on Deal or No Deal.
No. I mean, if she was, it was because it was like some celebrity fucking guest thing.
Lady?
This isn't copywritten at all, just so you know. Like, not at all. I'm sure it's not.
Oh,
even
yeah, it
close to
totally
copyright.
was. Okay. Fine. I was just looking for a time when Ellen was actually hot. That's all.
That there was never that time. Have you seen? I remember her stand-up from the early 90s when I was a kid. She was not an attractive woman.
But she has money, so I would still do her if she liked the dick. So.
I mean, comb the desert.
We need to do another movie night. We haven't done one in a while.
We did one last night, but you weren't there. We watched, the fuck is that movie? I don't know. It was some scary movie to scare Duke about demons and stuff.
Conjuring?
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, I watched that. That's a good movie. I liked it.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. It wasn't as scary as I would have liked. I wanted something that was going to, like, make Duke shit his pants and leave the chat.
Then you got to put something with aliens in it on. Like,
Well, we couldn't find Fire in the Sky.
Communion?
Like, I vote we tell Duke we're watching Predator.
Oh, yeah.
Actually play Signs.
Like, hey, make time on Tuesday, Duke. We're going to watch Predator.
Yep.
Totally. That's what we need to do.
If he backs out, then we'll say he has no balls.
Well, fuck me. We've been going 4.5 hours now. That's a hell of a chat, boys. I think we should call it adjourned until tomorrow, and we'll do some gay frogging. What do you guys say?
Pussy.
That's what HBO Max says. Oh my God, go to bed.
Cowboys versus Aliens. That one's not scary though, is it?
Well,
It's
kinda-
not even really good.
Well, there's that too.
I only watched it once, so I don't remember.
Well, I think I only watched it once too. I just remember being
I
like,
enjoyed it.
"Oh, that
It
was
good.
okay." But you know what part of it is, and this is also goes into, and I'll explain in a minute. In the movie I watched the other night, part of it is I knew going into it that originally Robert Downey Jr. was supposed to play the main guy in Cowboys versus Aliens, but because of all the Iron Man shit popping off at the same time, and you know, because Iron Man had been really, really successful, and then he had to back out due to scheduling because he was shooting Iron Man 2, and the Marvel Universe was kicking off and all that shit. Going into it, knowing that he should have been the main dude and not, was it Daniel Craig? Right?
Well, Daniel Craig
Yeah.
was good, though.
Yeah. And I remember thinking, oh, Robert Downey Jr. would have been way better in this. And that always kind of made me be like, eh. Which again plays into the Honda, the movie I was telling you about, Infinite, last night.
Yeah.
Like, it's not that it was a bad movie, but like, I had found out like while we were watching the movie, like towards the beginning of the movie, me and my wife, because we know that's what you do nowadays. You watch a movie or a TV show, and you sit there and you flip through IMDb on your phone to fucking find out everything about the movie or whatever. At least that's what we do. And I found out that originally the main character wasn't supposed to be played by Mark Wahlberg. It was supposed to be Chris Evans. And I was like, the whole movie, I'm sitting there going, damn, this would have been a way better movie with Chris Evans in it.
Hey,
What
Matt,
does IMDb stand for? Like in movie database or something?
Internet Movie Database.
Okay. I was
Matt,
close.
you could also like watch a movie and like cuddle and kiss and shit, and that's cool too.
Oh, we had already fucked, though. Like, we had done that earlier in the evening. So,
But then you're not really watching the movie.
yeah, we wanted to watch the movie. Like,
Yeah.
see if it's any
Yeah.
good. You know.
I don't know. We need to find the scariest alien shit that we can find, and just trick Duke into watching it like every chance we get. That's the plan moving forward.
Okay, I'm down.
But all that.
Is
Good.
Is there alien shit in GTA? Because
There
Isn't there-
is a little bit, yeah, actually.
isn't there something like you can find, like, there's like some series of quests or some things you have to find and aliens will show up? I've seen this. It's a YouTube thing. If you type in GTA 5 and aliens,
Yeah, there's
some weird thing.
it's one of the missions that you have to do or something. That towards the end of it, like aliens show up and fuck with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you got to go around the like the whole state finding like all the alien parts and stuff before that.
Something like that. I can't remember. There's YouTube videos on it, but all I know is like that he was really into that fucking game. Like he was digging it the way he loves fucking Left 4 Dead. So that's why we were playing. I was showing him all the shit in the game, at least all the shit I could fucking remember. So again, he stayed up till fucking 3 o'clock in the morning his time, just to play that game.
Gun Library Garrett says, "Look at silly Honda trying to quit, like a big quitter chat quitter."
Yeah.
Quitting chat quitter.
Big chat quitter.
I'm a big quitting chat quitter.
You're a bedwetting chat quitter?
I have to quit because I'm a quitter. That's what quitters do, right? Anyway, guys, I do love you all, and I hope you all enjoyed the show tonight. We'll be back tomorrow night for the Gay Frog Chat, where we're going to gay frog the fuck out of everything that's gay and frog with a tinfoil hat on the side. And I hope
you're going to fuck frogs? What?
I mean, whatever it ends up being, I don't know what we're doing, man. We're going to just... I mean, I think frogs, don't they just lay eggs and then shoot sperm on them? They don't really fuck.
But I mean, you said you were going to fuck a frog. I mean, you could
frogs
technically fuck a frog.
I'm not sure. Do frogs fuck? Write in the comments below. And we'll see you tomorrow night for the